तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय।
पंजाब विश्वविद्यालय तेरी शान और शौकत सदा रहे, मन में तेरा आदर मान और मोहब्बत सदा रहे। पंजाब विश्वविद्यालय तेरी शान और शौकत सदा रहे।
तू है अपना भविष्य विधाता, पंख बिना परवान सिखाता, जीवन पुस्तक रोज पढ़ाकर सही गलत की समझ बढ़ाता।
जीवन पुस्तक रोज पढ़ाकर सही गलत की समझ बढ़ाता।
तेरी जय गौ शंख बजाए,
रोशन तारे बन जाए,
बखरी तेरी शोहरत, तेरी शोहरत सदा सदा रहे।
विश्वविद्यालय तेरी शान और शौकत सदा रहे। पंजाब विश्वविद्यालय तेरी शान और शौकत सदा रहे।
तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय।
या कुंडेनु तुषार हार धवला, या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता, या वीणावर दंड मंडित करा, या श्वेत पद्मासना, या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकरा प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता, सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा। शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचार सार परमा, आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं, वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां, जाड्यान्धकारापहम्। हस्ते स्वाटिकमल्लिकां विदधतीं, पद्मासने संस्थितां, वन्दे तं परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं, बुद्धिप्रदां शारदां, बुद्धिप्रदां शारदां। Thank you.
Advanced International Program in Peace and Conflict from Uppsala University from Sweden. He is currently he is also a visiting professor in the University of Wolverhampton, UK. He has been an ICCR chair as a visiting professor to University of Kyoto, Japan, and also been a visiting professor to Leiden University, Netherlands. He has been an honorary director of ICSSR Northwest Regional Center. Now, besides this, to his credit, he has 3 books and above 100 paper publications, and he has been very actively participating in university politics as well as national level politics. His contributions are always been found in newspapers and TV channels. He has been a very critical observer of the policies and governance methodologies that we see across. So it is a great privilege and honor to introduce him. And now I invite Professor Ronki Ramji to give his inaugural address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Professor Shivani Sharma, and all my fellow seminarian, webinarian on today's very important theme, 2 days webinar, which was the first part yesterday and today's. It's a privilege, and it's my own department. We are housed in the same building, Arts Block 4 of Panjab University. We have 4 departments within this block. It is an interdisciplinary block. Department of Philosophy, Department of Library and Information Sciences, Department of Sociology and Political Science. Our interaction with Department of Philosophy, the mother of social sciences, rather all sciences, is very intensive because we used to learn a lot in different seminars. There was a tradition which still continues. That is a seminar, Wednesday seminar, organized by Department of Sociology, where our veteran professors, the late Professor Dharmendra Goyal used to be when I was a student, very active academician in that. And we have a world-renowned scholarship in this department. And department has been organizing from time to time various conferences, inviting visiting professors from different parts of the country and the world, and very thriving in teaching, research, and all these academic domains. Today's theme is very interesting. I was telling Professor Shivani that Ananda Marga philosophy, which is a combination of philosophical, spiritual, and scientific understanding, has a great contribution which can be seen in the new, progressive utilization theory, which was promoted by Shrii Anandamurti ji, also called Vidlab Baba, who has done his graduation from Vidyasagar College of University of Kolkatta. He is a continuation of a tradition which up till his mortal being around us is the latest of that tradition, which started in Bharat in the 8th century. When we talk about the Vaishnav and the Shaiv Bhakti tradition in South India, then coming to North Indian Bhakti movement. which also included Chaitanya. From that land, we find Shri Shri Anandamurti ji articulated his neo-humanism philosophy in his 5,018 hymns, songs, so many literary works, and he tried to give us a new vision, a new consciousness, which would evolve, extend to engulf the entire world within its reach, and making the welfare of each and everyone as the main goal of Ved and Tantric combined. Growth, which we called it progressive utilization theory, and he founded protest bloc of India and established centers throughout the country and abroad through Protest Universal. Ananda Marga spreaded throughout the world, bringing new consciousness, making the mind free from dogma, making more emphasis on ecology, which would take our consciousness to the more higher stages, removing confusion through scientific, philosophical understanding of what ultimately purpose a human beings come on this planet and what would they do. And it is that he tried to touch upon one of the most basic theme, and he'd make a scathing criticism of profit-oriented materialism. Because he was talking about that this notion of life, which based on profit, which based on material existence, hedonistic materialism, always player. We find it that today the current pandemic is the outcome of this mindless, profit-oriented, hedonistic materialism, which has been very scientifically targeted by the scientific philosophical thinking of Ananda Murti ji, Shri Shri Anandamurti ji, and its different centers which are helping the humanity to create, evolve a new consciousness which would go and evolve in all the directions. So this seminar, 2 days webinar, is going to create a consciousness, linking it with that scientific philosophical understanding. And I think that it is the most timely topical, and no other time would be that opportunity providing as today. We find it what sort of difficulties the world is passing through and how we can gain from such a elegant philosophy, where we find that progress and evolution of consciousness should be not only for the purpose of some exclusionary goals, but it should be all inclusive and based on scientific way of thinking. I think Department of Philosophy is the right platform where we can go more and more deep into this philosophy and learn a lot from this. And this webinar definitely going to create new vistas of research in this field and help the students, faculties to further explore into it. With this taking not much time, I would welcome on my behalf and on the behalf of the university, all webinarians, and on the behalf of the Department of Philosophy too, And I wish that these proceedings would be, correlating various philosophical domains within this larger Prout theory. And possibly, if we will get from the participants, the contributor, the resource person, some papers, Professor Shivani would also be making, proceedings available to us. I hope that if the written papers would be available to her, she would definitely bring it as a part of our occasional papers in the department. With this, I thank you all. Thank you, Professor Shivani. And
Thank you.
I wish you.
Thank you, Professor Ronkiram. Thank you for your kind words and the takeaway message as a word of caution that you have left for us is that the mindless profit-making tendencies that have landed entire humanity at this platform in the era of pandemic, this rather highlights the graver need, the more significance of such philosophies as given by Shri Anandamurti ji and many others. But yes, we really need to take this message ahead, and I'm very hopeful that the participants under the chairmanship of Professor Surendra Mohan Mishra ji shall continue to deliberate on even subtler aspects of the philosophical, scientific, and other dimensions of or the teachings of Shri Anandamurti ji. And now I would like to request Swami Divyachetanananda ji to take over the session and welcome Professor Mishra as a chair and introduce others as I'm a little unwell and I'll be online with you all, but I would request him to take the lead now on, please.
Namaskar to everyone. Sound is coming? Sound is coming?
Yes, coming.
Today, our respected Dr. Surendra Mohan Mishra is a very renowned expert in philosophy and Sanskrit and so many subjects. And he is also well versed about Anandamurti's contribution. Since we have a close relation with him, last 4 years, we had a national seminar in his department, Kurukshetra University. So since then, he is a very well versed about Ananda Marga and contribution of Shri Anandamurti ji. So today is his last day, means second day of national webinar. So I am requesting him to take a chair and just lead the entire session. Mishra ji, now you, first our speaker is Professor. Today's first speaker is Asa Mudgil Madam. Perhaps you don't have list. Mishra ji, you have a list, today's list, speakers list. Ma'am, just you tell Piyush, he will send one today's speakers list to Mishra ji.
Haji, Professor Mishra, we have the following speakers today. Professor Asha Modgilji, Dr. Sunandita Bhaumik, Dr. Subhendu Shekhar Bagh, Dr. Vishwajit Bhaumik, Dr. Naveen Kumar Jana, and Swamiji, there was one more name.
Yeah, Dr. Aditya Gupta is not well. He is suffering from fever. So in his place, Madam Bedwati will speak on Anandamurti's philosophy.
Right. So please, Asha Modgil, Professor Asha Modgil.
Do I start? Hello?
Yeah.
हाँ जी आ रही है आवाज
आवाज आ रही है?
Yeah, your sound is very clear. Okay, go ahead.
I thank you, Swamiji, Divyachetanananda ji, for inviting me for this seminar. And regards to the chair. And my topic for today is the philosophy of Anandamurti, the philosophy of Ananda Marga of Anandamurti. Many books have been written by Shrii Anandamurti, and they had been published in Bengali and then translated into English, etc. But to understand the deeper meanings of his writings, we must first begin to understand the surface meanings. And all philosophy actually begins with introspection. All philosophy begins with the raising of the questions, introspective questions like, who am I? Where am I going? There is no other being that raises this kind of question. It is only the human being, the highest evolved being, that raises such questions. The human being possesses self-consciousness, which makes him far superior to the animals. Human beings are equipped with the capacity to distinguish between good and bad, right and wrong. And with the help of their consciousness, and when they are in trouble, they use this consciousness to find a way out and get away from the difficult situations. Man has the urge to look for happiness and uses his faculties to search for happiness. As we have seen, the meaning of Ananda actually cannot be translated merely to happiness, because this term has a much wider connotation than mere just happiness. But that we have to know the Indian languages or Sanskrit, in which, or the other Indian languages which are derived from that, which can really convey the meaning of Ananda. And all ethics also, this sonum of all life, what is the goal of the entire life? To seek happiness. And that is what is the Ananda Marga of Shri Anandamurti. So in the search for happiness, people are first attracted to the physical enjoyments. They try to earn wealth and power and position, satisfy their desire for happiness. They always feel that they have less, and if they have some more, then they would be happy. Thus, the race to accumulate more and more begins. The mere acquisition of something limited only creates want for more and more. Whether it's more money, more possessions, more power, so we can, there is the hunger which is limited and infinite. Now man wishes to have limitless money and power, but the world itself is limited, and here we cannot acquire anything of an infinite nature or something which is eternal, which will provide everlasting happiness. So what the question then arises, what is that infinite eternal thing which will provide everlasting happiness? In an attempt to answer this philosophical question, Anandamurti ji falls back on the traditional Indian wisdom of the ancient rishis, pointing towards the cosmic entity alone, which is infinite and eternal, because that alone is limitless. The eternal longing of human beings for happiness can only be achieved by realization of the infinite. For the ephemeral nature of worldly possessions, power and position can only lead one to the conclusion that none of the things of the finite or limited world can set to rest the everlasting urge for happiness. The acquisition of the 3 P's, position, power, and possessions, only gives rise to further longing. Only realization of the infinite can put an end to this longing and provide everlasting happiness. The infinite can only be one, and that is the cosmic entity or the Brahm. It is the same entity that is referred to in the Sankhya philosophy as Brahm or Shiv. The quest for the entity is the characteristic goal for all human beings. It is the nature of every human being. This alone is the dharma of every person. And this word dharma also cannot be really translated into the other languages easily, and especially into English. But you can say that it means property. So the word dharma, in a sense, signifies property, but it really cannot be translated. Let us take the example, because that serves as a good way of understanding the word. So the degree, the nature of fire is to produce heat or to burn. This is the characteristic property of fire. Similarly, the dharma of being human is to seek the cosmic entity. The degree of divinity in human beings is indicated by the conscious attempt to seek this divinity as opposed to animality of other animals. Humans, on the other hand, display rationality. The animality in man seeks physical enjoyments, that is eating, enjoying eating, drinking, and gratification of other desires, which do provide happiness. But that happiness is neither infinite nor permanent. Animals are satisfied with these limited enjoyments because even their urge is not infinite. But man, you see, in his greed, he wants more and more and more. And as has been pointed out by Professor Kim, it is because of this infinite urge of more that the balance of the earth, of our planet, has been shaken, and now we are in the grips of the pandemic. Dharma comes from the root dhra, and which means to hold, that which holds an entity together, which maintains the structural solidarity without which the entity could not exist. According to Anandamurti, dharma is of 2 types. The swabhavik dharma, the natural dharma, which involves ahar, nidra, bhaya, and maithun. But this is limited more to the lowly or to the animals. So Ananda Marga considered all these things to be natural. But if the individual consumes too much of his energy in these tendencies, then the spiritual tendency or the spiritual development will not progress and it will remain retarded. Spiritual success lies in gaining complete control over these activities, in channelizing all the animal instincts toward the cosmic being. not in denying them or avoiding them. The other dharma is the Bhagavad dharma. It is that which leads to Bhagwan. When humans are no longer satisfied with the above instincts, they begin to realize that the physical and mental objects can never satisfy their limitless thirst. Then they begin to direct their energies towards the dharma or the Brahm. Dharma is one of the four main vrittis which is located at the Mooladhara chakra, which represents the potentialities of all humans in the realms of the physical, the psychic, the psycho, spiritual, and the spiritual. And these tendencies are Kam, Artha, Dharma, and Moksha. According to Ananda Marga, the word dharma also signifies property. The English word for its nature is nature, characteristic, or property. The nature of fire is to burn or to produce heat. Similarly, the dharma or nature for human beings is to seek Brahma, the supreme blessedness, the four-footed dharma. Now, the four aspects of dharma are vistar. That one is expansion. So it is the ability to adapt and change and grow with the new circumstances. So it is a continuous expansion of the mind towards the infinite. The God Vishnu is seen as an all expanded entity. All expansion ends in him. The first lesson of Ananda Marga is sadhana. When the mind constantly thinks about the infinite, gradually it expands its dimensions until it becomes one with the cosmic identity. The second aspect is rasa, or flow. For the Param Purush, there is nothing external. Everything is eternal, internal. The psychic waves that are created in the universe, different wavelengths of the psychic waves create the various entities. Because of the svaras or his own flow, because of this, there is a difference between one individual and the other, and each has his own ambitions and anger. According to Swara of Param Purush, though the whole cosmos is decided, always taking the ideation of the Supreme with every action, is the practice of rasa, trying to keep ever immersed in the cosmic flow. The third is seva, and seva is not a business. It is do something without expectation of return, and that is what is the real service. So there are internal service and external and antarik. Antarik is done through jap and dhyan, and there is the climax of service. Everything will be done. When the internal service is not done properly, the external one is also a failure. The internal seva, the mind is purified, and with the purified mind, internal seva can. Brahma, the goal of Bhagavata Dharma. This is the goal. The nucleus of Bhagavad Dharma is the nucleus of the cosmos. Knowingly or unknowingly, we are all moving around him. Man is considered to be part and parcel of that. As long as there is a feeling that one is a drop and not the ocean, then there is separation. But The unity comes once energies are channeled towards that goal. The spiritual aspirant should be like a lotus. It grows with the roots in the filthiest of ditches, but its beautiful white flowers are never sullied by any impurity. Even if the mud splashes on its bed, it rolls off, leaving no trace. The spiritual aspirants should live and work in the world in this way, with their mind unaffected, because it is all fulfilled with the thought of the Supreme. The reflection of the cosmic consciousness in the individual entity is the Jiva. This reflection is falling on each and every entity's reflecting plate, both animate and inanimate. Mind is developed or not. Every entity reflects the consciousness according to its capacity. The more developed it is, the more subtle the mind, the clearer the reflection, and the stronger the attraction to the Supreme Soul. The Supreme Consciousness or Paramatman is one, but it appears many because of its reflection in the many reflecting plates. Ananda Marga philosophy explains its basic reason thus. By the reflection of the moon in several buckets of water, it appears that there are many moons, but actually there is only one. Only the reflections are many. When the reflecting plate is dissolved, when the mind is suspended, then there is no longer any difference between the unit soul, that is the Jivatman, and the Paramatman. Origin of the universe cannot be explained. Even he who knows cannot talk about it. But Ananda Marga says that there is no end for vision, as it issues from Sagun Brahman, and he is infinite. The explanation goes on like this. The universe is created, not Nirgun Brahman. The pure consciousness needs the help of the Trigunas of Prakriti for creation, and they function within Gun and Nirgun. For creation to be expressed, there must be a resultant of the clash between the gunas. Sagun Brahma is not under bondage. He is Gun Adish, controller of the gunas, but cannot go outside of them or withdraw them. Actually, Saguna and Nirgun are not two different entities at all. If this were true, then God could not be considered singular, and this would not be monotheistic theory. Rather, they are different states of a singular entity, Sagun Brahma, and is like a frozen iceberg in the of Nirgun Brahman. Further, it is explained that the body of the Purush, under whose change due to localized influence of Prakriti, then the consciousness is transformed into objectivity and the universe is expressed. Everything in the universe is a reflection of the Purusha, and there is nothing that is outside of him. The goal of yoga is to experience at all times the reality of that consciousness behind the semblance of this manifested world. Since the universe itself is a small, naturally the human capacity is bound to be much less than that. Man has very little scope of knowing what is actually happening all around. His knowledge is limited. Parma or Sagun Brahm is a beginningless, endless, continuous flow. To attain him has to become beginningless and endless. And the only way open for us is to merge his insignificant I in that great I. It is only in such a condition that he will not know his characteristic self with the help of his inner intellect that he will recognize his real entity, his real original selfhood. To conclude, Shri Anandamurti could see the depth of the classical Indian spiritual and philosophical traditions. He could see that only through the spiritual growth there can be real transformation in human beings. Human beings will start seeing God they will start seeing their own true forms in all living beings. They will discover their ecological relationships with all non-living entities too. And once transformation takes place, they will realize that there is no place for discrimination of any type on the basis of caste or creed or family or sect or society or nation. The spiritual practice of human-centric philosophy alone can manifest pure humanism. This was the main message of neo-humanism that was conveyed by Shri Anandamurti. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Anandamurti. It was a nice presentation. And you have and the tradition, the meanings and dharma, and the way he wanted to be that situation is we explain the words of Kiran, how this you have given the and in the West, our physical system is spiritual and practice creative, and that I thank you so much for your nice presentation. And now I call upon Dr. Nandita Bhaumik from Kolkatta. I think he's from Kolkatta. Dr. Nandita Bhaumik to kindly make presentation. Dr. Nandita Bhaumik is a professor of education in some university in around Kolkata. So, Dr. Nandita Bhaumik, please.
Namaskar to all. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I'm really honored to be the part of this 2 days webinar based on the Sister Anandamurti's philosophy. I would like to give a special thanks to the Panjab University Department of Philosophy and of course the Renaissance Universal who jointly organized this program, today's webinar. I would like to convey my regards to the today's chairperson, Professor Surendra Mohan Mishra. He is really a man of knowledge. So I'm really happy to say a few words before him. And Professor Ronki Ram, the honorable keynote speaker, and Professor Shivani Sharma, who was the organizer or coordinator of the program. Then other dignitaries, Professor Asha Mutki, just now she spoke very well in Ananda Marga philosophy, and Dr. Vishwajit Bhaumik, Professor Nobin Jana, Professor Preeti Lakshmi Swain from Vishwabharati University, she has also joined, and Professor Shubhendu Bagh, IIT Guwahati, and Professor Vibha Agarwal, and I have also I have seen Dada Subhusibananda Dada Swamiji and Dada Divyachetanananda for his untiring effort to make this program successful. I would like to share my screen. Before that, my topic is New Humanism for Individual Transformation and Social Progress. if we see today's society, the culture and the value and the culture of society is rapidly degenerating. And because of this conflict, the divisive conflict, and so many misdeeds are being happening in society, the human, because human beings form society, and the society, if until and unless we prepare the human being, an ideal human being, we cannot expect a good society. So the transformation of the human are very essential. Now, what the humans we see in the society are the human in the animal in the human form. That they are guided by simply the inborn instinct and the very self-pleasure and other very defective mentality. So, and with the defective intellect, and if the intellect is distorted, the action of individual will be distorted, will be detrimental to the society. So, what we need nowadays, we should try to transform ourselves as a human being, so that that we can create a good ideal society. The Neohumanism is the right prescription or right way through which we can transform individual as well as we can go ahead for to achieve a good society or ideal society. So I will take a permission to share my screen. So first, is it visible? Slides are visible? Can you see my slide?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, Neohumanism for individual transformation and social progress. There are three functions mainly human body performs. That is a physical progress, intellectual progress, and spiritual progress. In case of physical progress, human should follow certain do's and don'ts. Certain the Ashtanga Yoga has been mentioned in Neohumanism, so that through proper asana, through proper diet, and some good practice, we can achieve the physical progress. But my my concern is with the intellectual progress and the spiritual progress. But remember that these three progress are not isolated. These three development are interlinked, interdependent with each other. First of all, what is the mind? For this intellectual development, it is mind that can transform one human being from human to animality, from animality to matter. And again, the same mind can elevate an individual to humanity, and from humanity to the divinity, and finally to achieve the ultimate goal of the human being. So the mind, human being has the developed mind. If the human being cannot utilize this developed mind and only can be guided by the inborn instinct like animal, and they blindly follow the different dogma, the sentiment, or if they are only attached themselves to the physical pleasure, so that will give them some greed, some driving others. So these are the results of when the people are simply guided by the physical interest or the self-interest. So when the people are more attached to the physical property or physical pleasure, and then when they support anything blindly without discrimination between right and wrong, between just and unjust, and this is a sentiment, when they are goaded by the sentiment, they can take a decision which is detrimental, which is destructive to the not only for the self but also for the society, and their mind becomes crudified, in the crude form of mind, and that mind just acts like a matter. So in this way, the human, although they have a human body, but their mind is acting like a animal, or gradually it converted into matter. In contrast, when people are utilizing their mind, developed mind, and when they are taking any decision which is with the rationalistic view, with the logical mind, and then when they start some intellectual analysis, then their conscience will be awakened. So when people take any decision with their conscience or viveka, then we can say that their mind is, because the mind comes from matter. In Neohumanism, the Neohumanism acknowledges that mind comes from matter, and matter comes from the cosmic consciousness. So there is a philosophical explanation. I'm not going to discuss about the evolution of the mind, but the nature of the mind is very important. Human existence is more psychic than physical. And a human being have a very developed mind which performs some of the intellectual function like thinking, remembering. And another important thing that mind has taken the mind is goaded by, or mind is guided with some direction. Three directions are there mainly. That is the first one is a discrimination, then is a sentiment, and the crude form it is the instinct. Instinct is with a limited mind. When that I already told. Suppose animal has their own instinct. The mosquito has its own instinct to suck the blood. So these are the inborn instinct that is inherited by birth an individual. So this is an instinct. So human mind should move forward, which will be guided by the conscience. In developed creatures, sentiment always exceeds instinct. And human being, the most developed beings, they possess sentiment and rationality and the faculty of discrimination. Now, the human should be very careful while taking any decision, whether the decision or the action is being taken by with the help of rationality. So this is, and the conscience should be awakened through two ways. That is, one is the rationalistic mentality, and another is the intensive intellectual analysis. So in my next slide, just here is another function. These are the three functional chambers of mind: Chitta, Aham, and Mahat. What is mind? Mind is the collection of ectoplasmic stuff. And as mind comes from the matter I already told, and mind cannot maintain its identity without any object. So mind always needs some object, or the mind must have an object to contemplate. So this is a very peculiar characteristic of the mind. And another characteristic of mind is what mind thinks, it takes its form and shape. If a mind thinks about an elephant, the mind forms the part of the mind takes the shape of the elephant. So these two very unique feature of mind can be harnessed for the expansion of mind or transformation of the mind. If I come back again in this Chitta, Aham, and Mahat, here from Chitta to transformation from Chitta to Aham, and from Aham to Mahat. Chitta to Aham and Aham to Mahat. It is a journey from crude to subtle, and here three forces are working: Sattva Guna, Sattama, Raja, and Sattva Guna, and influence of these three guna, and also, of course, the attraction of Vidya Shakti or Purushottama. So this is a philosophical explanation. So what is intellect? The intellect is the periphery. When the periphery of the Aham, other than Chitta, this part is intellect, the red mark. And what is Mahat is also the periphery of the mind, which is the surplus of the periphery of the circle, devoid of aham. That is Mahat, and Mahat, this is the intuition. So, this is a very clear definition is given by Shrii Anandamurti ji or Prabhat Sarkar, that these three, so from journey to chitta to aham and aham to mahat, this is from krur to subtle. So, and it from chitta to aham, it needs the influence of sattaguna, rajaguna, and the intellectual analysis, intensive intellectual analysis, study, so that our intellect can be awakened. But from aham to mahat, it requires sentient lifestyle, sadhana, meditation, and some spiritual study and spiritual lifestyle. That I already here from bound with any sort of sentiment or dogma. Our conscience should be awakened. We should take a decision that will be good for the society, that will be for the collective welfare, and our mind should take a decision in discriminating between right and wrong, just and unjust. And from aham to mahat, just a sentient lifestyle and spiritual practice is required. Now, moralism and transformation. Morality or moralism takes a crucial role in Neohumanism. As I told that morality or niti contains the principle of leading. Principle of leading means the morality leads human being to the fullest expression of their finer human qualities. Morality, as one of the here in this program webinar has been organized jointly by Philosophy Department and RU, Renaissance Universal. The Renaissance Universal is the intellectual wing of Ananda Marga. The slogan of Renaissance Universal is also to unite moralists from the universe. So this is how we can realize how important the morality in Neo-Humanistic philosophy. So the morality is not the end or goal of life. It is the beginning of life. It is a prerequisite of a life to the path of spirituality or dharma. Madam Mudgil has nicely explained what is dharma. Dharma is not the religion. Dharma is the basic, the basic identifying characteristic of an object through which we can separate it from other things. So here the dharma is human. What is the dharma? To move towards Parama Purusha, drawn by the irresistible cosmic attraction. So there is always an attraction force acting on us. So we have to move towards that force attraction. That Krishna, the term literally is the meaning of term Krishna is who is always attracting everybody towards him. So people should follow the path of sadhana. This is actually the dharma. So now it is as I told, morality is the starting point on the path of spiritual practices. So and the moral teaching starts with the children when they start social interaction. So in this regard, the family is the first institution for moral teachings. And then when they come in contact with the other, their social circumference when increases, they come in contact with the teachers, with the peer learners, and so many people around them, and they are learning morality. So our curriculum, the Neo-Humanistic curriculum, always suggests or prescribes the moral concept, the moral part. This is a 10 universal moral principles Piyush Sarkar has given. So where I'm coming back again in this journey of dharma. Dharma is nothing but the sadhana, the spiritual practice that transforms or that elevate mind from gradually from crude to subtle, from subtle to cosmic state. So this is a moralism. Morality is a catalyst that always enhances the path of spirituality, and the sadhana is the process through which we can reach our goal or achieve our goal. So morality is a prerequisite of a human being in the path of spirituality. Now, universal moral principles that Piyush Sarkar has given, Shri Anandamurti has given 10 universal moral principles which are universal in nature. This yama is and niyama. Yama is maintaining harmony with others, and niyama is maintaining harmony with the self. But the gist of moral principles are to awaken the such propensities which will remain or which will let the propensities, the higher propensities that will lead oneself towards the path of righteousness, towards the path of Paramapurusha. So where the virtuous principles of morality is to awaken those magnanimous propensities which help to establish one in the cosmic state. So morality doesn't mean only a bag of virtues or to follow some do's and don'ts or simply some rules or social order to maintain some social order or some family order or in that anything written in the scriptures or books which is irrational, one should discard. One should discard that scripture, even that write-up. So indoctrination without any proper rationality or logic, we should not follow that one. So this is actually the moral principle. The gist of the moral principle is that will elevate the higher propensities, the higher plexi of the body, where some dharma, moksha, and other good propensities are there. As we know in our biopsychological form, there are some plexis, that is the collection of glands in the at the back of the bone. So these that secretes some hormone and that controls the mind, and again the mind also secretes the hormonal secretion. So this is a vice versa relationship. So the regular moral practice will elevate or will remain active or that higher plexus, and that will create some or secrete some hormones that will help to transform one's inner world or inner ecology. So, and another one is a devotion. And devotion and transformation. Devotion is the highest form of emotion that brings change in the biochemical constituents in the body, and it also activates the higher plexi. And devotion is a psycho-spiritual movement towards the supreme consciousness. And devotion is not only the cult; it starts with the practice, and then gradually it moves to the devotional sentiment, and from devotional sentiment towards the devotional mission. That is, the area of the devotion will expand so that it can embrace everything within its scope, and also it considers everything is the manifestation of the supreme consciousness. Unless we have a love for our supreme consciousness, which is purely will be very rough, or it will be dry, not rough. It will be dry. The nowadays meditation has become a symbol of vanity. Yes, I do meditation in the morning, but what does it mean, meditation, if we don't have a love, or if we don't have a desire for the inner severe desire to achieve Paramapurusha, to merge with Paramapurusha? So devotion is the first criteria. So that will guide the mind towards the supreme consciousness. So it is a psycho-spiritual and finally the spiritual movement towards the supreme consciousness. And then now I will come to the the social progress, as I started with the inner transformation, that how morality or regular moral practice can transform our mind, the way of thinking, the way we interact, the way we take the decision. So it is a complete transformation it needs, and a regular practice is required for the transformation. Now, and as I know that, as I told that the society is, one society is good is not because of its laws or the order or laws are good, because the human beings of that society are good. So we have to create such an ideal human being with a new vision, with a broad social outlook that can take the part of social progress. Now, what is the social progress? For social progress, Pracharak has told that the first expression of morality towards the establishment of universal humanism is social progress. So the first expression of morality, when we first start act morally, from that point until we or unless we achieve the universal humanism, and universal humanism is the ultimate goal of new humanism also. So there is no ism in between the new humanism, only the universalism. So universal humanism. So this is this gap should be bridged by sadhana, thus a regular practice of sadhana. So the first expression of the moment of the first expression of morality towards establishment of universal humanism, and this gap will be bridged by sadhana. So this is a social progress. And here, in case of social, what is society? Society is, as we know, samamantrena jayate iti samajam. That is, the society is the collective movement of people towards a common goal. So, and every, and here, Pracharak has told that human value should take precedence over social values. And people turn to Satan or sinner because of lack of proper guidance. When human mind are goaded by mere inborn instincts and depraving propensities, then their actions remain bad for the society or defective for the society. So bad propensities are sublimated by good practice, sentient lifestyle, and in this way a Satan can be transformed to God. So instead of punishing a Satan, our motto will be, our goal will be, or our approach will be to rectify his rectify his habits through proper practice and proper philosophy or proper guideline. Because each and every individual has enormous potentialities inherent inside the body that can be nurtured properly. So the goodness, the potentiality for goodness, the potentiality to be good, to be holy. Each and every individual has this innate treasure to be holy, because ultimately we come from the supreme consciousness. So we have to explore that hidden asset from each and every individual, and society must ensure that society must provide such a conducive environment where people can get the scope to explore that hidden asset that is the hidden inside the human being, that is the potentiality for a spiritual practice, or potentiality for the to attain the supreme consciousness. So that is, and what we see, every individual is inherently, internally filled with the potential for purity. So what the Satan's or criminals' action we see, this is their superficial nature. And society also consider each and every individual as a divine child. So, and before giving any judgment, the society should have a broad outlook about the nature, true nature of human being. So this type of empathetic thinking the society should have before. So this is, here lies the importance of the society in the light of new humanism, that human value is superior to the social value. As we see in case of social contract theory, the people used to live in a state of nature, and they were having a very insecure life. So in order to get a protection and secured life, they surrender themselves to the authority. In this way, society becomes one day the society becomes a narrower contract. But here, in humanistic concept, the human should be given more priority while taking any law, because laws are made for the human, not for the society. So, and now how to show this is the first. So that is how we will value humanity as a superior one. The first one is to save human life. In order to save human life, this should have a balanced socio-economic theory that is proud. Our next speakers will look on this matter. They will discuss about what is proud and all. So society first must ensure, the ideal society must ensure people the basic requirements. Then people will be given sufficient scope and time for spiritual practice. And in the present world, human beings face a tremendous, difficulties maintaining their physical existence, maintaining their objective adjustment. So there is no question of, projecting their mind inward. As present, if we see in this present new normal life, the economic crisis, because of this severe economic crisis, people are suffering from severe anxiety of unemployment, pay cut, and so on. So in this situation, we cannot suggest them to to sit in silence and just to throw your mind or project your mind inward and do meditation. Before that, the society have to give them a security for their basic the requirements, basic requirements for the human existence. And then the society should give a conducive environment where people can practice meditation, and they should give a scope. So that I want to say that. The morality. So what we have found that morality should be the base of every individual, and the path will be sadhana, the process will be sadhana, and ultimately each and every individual will achieve the ultimate goal of life, that is life divine. So morality is the base, sadhana is the means, and life divine is the goal. So before concluding, I should again repeat the line that we first of all we have to transform individual, and then we have to go towards the progress of the society. So this is in brief the transformation and social progress. Thank you.
This reality of so is a kind which spiritual dukha sukha kshami santushta satatam yogi yatatma dhrishaya, etc. When one is sitaprajya, when one actually overcomes that animality within him and even transcends the humanity and reveals to a kind of divinity and has a great society in his viewpoint, then these things actually develop in him. So such a morality, spiritual morality we should call it, and Shri Anandamurti, he gives us this these tips, perhaps in our villages, in our 8 villages, to build up the society is no this thing of this kind of society building the
Citizen market.
Voice is cracking. Your voice is cracking. We cannot hear you, sir. Your voice is cracking somehow because of internet issue.
Surendra Bagh, who is professor at the IIT Guwahati. Earlier, I have listened to him in JNU seminar on this, and also in an earlier webinar. So he is a man of science, and he will be presenting to us the ideas of Shri Anandamurti in the scientific language. Professor Bagh, please. Yes.
Thank you, Professor Mishra, respected chairperson, Professor Mishra ji, chief guest, Professor Ram, convener of this program, Professor Sharma, and Acharya Divyachetanananda, and all of my dear speakers, colleagues of today's session, and those who are listening us behind the screen, the family of Panjab University. From my core of the heart, I conveyed my namaskar, pranam, my best wishes to all of you. Hope you are in safe and in good health because of this ongoing pandemic situations created by the virus SARS-CoV-2 causing the disease COVID-19. So this unfortunate situation, even though we are fortunate to meet and share our thought processes, whatever is given by Shri Anandamurti ji, Shri P.R. Sarkar in his scientific presentations of various discourses in microbiome. So everywhere the virus, the bacteria, all living entity, I am looking at Professor Mishra's background was very nice. The trees, full of trees, chair, table, etc., everything. According to Shri P.R. Sarkar, what he said that atoms, neutrons, protons, electrons, all are the veritable expressions of same supreme consciousness. So that means it gives us a glimpse that everything is made up of a single entity. Everything, today's perspective and today's knowledge of science, philosophies, few philosophies said that everything is made up of particles, physics came up with the minutest entity as quark. However, few questions I will just place before you on the basis of the findings of during the evolution of universe as well as in the life form. So I will just quickly go through few of the questionnaires further and I will try to understand those questions in light of Shrii P.R. Sarkar's microbiome theory. And at last I will give a glimpse of message related to the COVID-19 pandemics. Can you see my slides? Can you see my slides?
Not now. Maybe it is just uploading. Not as of now. We can see anything.
Okay. Now it is okay?
Nah. No.
Okay.
No.
No, madam?
No.
It is now okay? Hello?
It's showing the profile picture, not the slides. Maybe Piyush, can you be of some help?
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption. Sorry for the interruptions. I am starting without slide. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So, what I had started that all the matters are made up of certain particles as per the physics law. The universe, evolution of the universe, if you look into it, is a descriptive way is given by Big Bang theory, which tells that quark and the other particles. Later on, the physicists have discovered that quark is the ultimate particles, that is the universal building block. Now, if you go to the Big Bang theory, at the time of Planck time, what is called is 10 to the power minus 43 second. During that time, what was there within the universe, that was not answered by the Big Bang theory. Big Bang theory took care of the universe evolution after the Planck time, when the temperature was too high and it's go to the expansion, the universe is expanding now also, and come to a stage where the matter is formed. From the quark, electron, proton, neutron, and then atom has come off in the universe. However, if you look into the compositions of universe today, we could see that there is only 5% matter, that is descriptive matter, which we can look into it or which comes under the experimental observations. The 27% dark matter is till today is unanswered, the characteristics of the dark matter or the dark energy, or the problem that universe is so anisotropies of the night sky than those observed. So these are the cosmological problems were not solved till today. Afterwards, the physicists told that quark is the universal building block of the matter, whether it is the minutest particle in the universe, or we can find other sub-minute or subtle particles in the universe which can be considered as a universal building block of matter. So searching for that unified theory, if we look into the microatom theory, what is proposed by Shri P.R. Sarkar, we'll come onto that process to know what microatom is and how we can place that this could be the subtlest particle and could be treated as a universal building block, which again need the experimentation. Initially the unified forces was there before Planck time, 10 to the power minus 43 second, and afterwards that unified gravitational field, that is supergravity, is being broken to 4 total number of forces: gravitational forces, electromagnetic forces, and strong and weak nuclear forces. So then the waves come together, annihilate to make the wave, means energy particles, means the photons annihilate together to give the atom. So this is the history, and the questions till today are unanswered regarding the cosmological problems. Now coming to the real life problem, what is the life and how life is evolved into the universe or into the mother nature or earth. During the universe evolutions, before 4.6 billion years, earth atmosphere was not up to the mark to form a life. Only few gases were present: carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, hydrogen and nitrogen. And from there, life has come up. The several theories are there, where the best current theory says that the life evolutions is due to the organic soup or primordial soup. It contains carbon dioxide, hydrogens, nitrogens, and several other gases. And composed of those gases at very particular temperature and pressures were experimented by, which is popularly known as Miller-Urey experiment in 1950, was done to show that yes, these gases of the primitive earth can generate the building blocks of protein molecules. The protein molecules are the functional molecules of all living entity in the universe. Protein molecules, not only the human, all living entity in the universe. But the amino acids, the building blocks of proteins, the amino acids only could be synthesized from the organic soup or the primordial soup. How to have that protein molecules? Now, if protein can be also synthesized from the primordial soup, that means the organic chemistry is going to the biological chemistry. How transformations of organic chemistry can lead to the biological species? That was the questions. To do that, to have the protein, you must have to have the genetic material. From today's knowledge, we must have to have the genetic material, DNA and RNA. Without RNA, no species in the world is there to produce the protein. So how RNA has come into picture from this primordial soup? This is again the question put forth. Now the small organic molecules, though experimented, those have no handedness. Those small molecules never maintained a handedness. But the large biomolecules, the DNA or RNA, has the handedness, particular handedness, helicity, or the chirality. How this came into picture from the non-chiral or chiral small molecules, the right-handedness, how is evolved, and who the catalyst catalyzed the process of polymerization. Say for example, DNA has also a basic building block similar to protein. Amino acid is the building block of protein. Similarly, DNA or RNA has the building block nucleotides. So those nucleotides has to sum up together. The polymerization process has to carried out by some catalyst to give the large biomolecules, DNA or RNA. Who is the catalyst? Then again, concept theories come up. RNA world hypothesis is accepted that it is the RNA first formed to give to catalyze those processes. Because of what? The put back knowledge from today's knowledge, scientists tried to explain the catalysis of the primitive age to explain the life evolution. So today we know that RNA can catalyze some reactions, some polymerization reactions. With that knowledge, we go back to explain those sorts of things. But how again is the problem with that logics. So therefore, the questions remains again that how primitive cell developed its skins, what collectively linked the components in the first living cell. To address those sorts of things, scientists, even everybody understood that there is a gap in answering all sorts of questions of life evolution. So, who is the catalyst is the major challenge to address in the biological sciences. Whether the microbiome, when we come into it, whether the microbiome can be the catalyst, can accelerate the process of forming DNA, RNA from the small molecule. So all living entity, as I told, made up of universal building block, and whether microbiome can be treated as a universal building block, which can also serve the purpose of a catalysis in biological sciences, as well as property of microbiome can be such that it can explain the quantum mechanical theories or the cosmological problems, whether it can explain such kind of problems. So in quest of that, the concept of microbiota was given by Shrii P.R. Sarkar in 1986. So before going to that, if we come across the Brahma cycles, it says that from the cosmic consciousness, cosmic mind is formed, and from cosmic minds, matter is formed according to P.R. Sarkar's philosophical approach of universe evolution. And from that matter, the crude mind is being formed, and from that crude mind, the expressed mind or the unit mind is formed at the human level. And what he proposed that when humanity follow the path of sadhana, there the microbiota plays a role, which is positive microbiota plays a role to march to the same cosmic nucleus. So putting forward that philosophical concept of universe evolution, if we think that there is three forces, tri-attributional forces of Prakriti can be considered as wave attributional properties. Those tri-attributional forces, when come together and bind the supreme consciousness, and then supreme consciousness expressed to give the cosmic minds. Those cosmic minds travel through the five fundamental factors: ethereal layer, aerial, luminous, liquid, solid, and those having the individual wavelengths, individual energies of those attributational factors. So in comparison to the physics, ethereal, say for example, sensory attributes is sound, physical structure is the universe, matter particle is special particle, and particle charges is unknown, force can be treated as a gravitational force. In solid case, sound, touch, vision, taste, smell, physical structure can be nucleus, matter particle can be as established is quark, and particle charges with the solid can be treated as a flavor, electric charge, and color, and forces is very strong. Matter, within the matter or the atom, the forces are very strong in solid. Now, so this can be compared with the process of this philosophical evolution can be compared with the process of evolution of cosmology, So cosmology where did not answer that Planck's time, the philosophical concept can answer the Planck time was the force, supreme consciousness, and the tri-attributional force can answer the quantum vacuum theory in quantum field theory to address that questions. Now the question is whether matter, mind comes within the matter, whether matter has a mind or not. So Priya Sarkar said that matter has mind as well as mind can be transmuted to matter, matter can be transmuted to mind. But the physicists or the materialists do not believe in mind and they consider that matter is a energy. So the sequence is that matter can give the consciousness, from matter to consciousness is the materialistic approach, but the consciousness, from the consciousness, metaphysical approach says that from the consciousness, matter is the, consciousness is the unique things and matter is the derivative. But materialists believe that consciousness is the derivative, matter is the unique things. So if we go to the 7 locus of the world, then consciousness and the energy can have a bipolarity. The consciousness at the top, the zenith position, and matter is the nadir positions. At the top or 7 layer, if we consider, the first core layer is the matter and the outermost core layer is the 7th layer is the consciousness, and where the consciousness is the pure consciousness is energy is dormant positions, and mind, the consciousness is dominant, energy is minimal, and in case of matter, consciousness is minimal and energy is maximal. So mind to matter, matter to problem paradox can solve many questions that in the theory of microvita. Now microvita means micros means small and vita means living entity, so small life. It, according to Priya Sarkar, it is the mysterious emanation of cosmic factor. Entities or objects which come within the realm of both physicality and psychic expressions which are smaller or subtler than atoms, electrons or protons, and in the psychic realm may be subtler than ectoplasm or its extra-psychic coverage, endoplasm, have been termed as microvita by Shri Priya Sarkar. What is its physical nature? The position of microvita is just between ectoplasm and the electron, but they are neither electron or nor ectoplasm. Microvita are born and die. We may interpret this metamorphically to mean that microvita are in a continual state of flask, that is continually emerging from and returning to the vacuum state. So microvita is more towards more towards the consciousness and the matter. It is a silver line between the matter and the consciousness or the ideas. Atom microvita exchange always occurs and microvita gives rise to the idea. So based on density, crude microvita, which coming within the scope of highly developed microscope, subtle microvita not coming within the scope of perception, subtlest microvita not coming within the scope of common perception but coming within the scope of special type of perception, which is actually the reflection of conception within the periphery of perception. Based on the nature, positive, negative microvita and neutral movement, they move through entire universe without any boundaries of atmospheric conditions, move through media. Any media it can move through. Now the microvita, and in the physical world, if we consider that matter has the symmetry axis, similarly we can consider that microvita has also an axis of symmetry. In that term, matter can be thought of two layers, one is crude layer and another is subtle layer, and thus atom can have also mind as per the theory of microvita by P.R. Sarkar. So atom can have also mind. So in the ethereal space, microvita is traveling and microvita is giving rise to physical body. So microvita are the initial stage of matter. Microvita are transmuted into matter and matter is transmuted into microvita. Thus there is a two-way flask. According to Shrii P.R. Sarkar, matter particles such as electron and quark are not singular entities but rather condensation of innumerable microvita. So electron and quark are a condensation form of innumerable microvita. He clearly told that billions of microvita when condensed to give you atom. Microvita thus best be compared with the quantum vacuum and virtual particles. So microvita in the psychic arena, the relationship which exists between matter, microvita and ethereal space in the physical arena are extended to the psychic arena. We may interpret this step as an invocation of the principle of self-similarity. Therefore, in the ethereal space and in physical structure, crude microvita plays a role to give you the matter, and in the subtle microvita plays in the psychic realm. So when, similar to Feynman theory, two waves, electrons and positrons, collides together to give you the photons, give you the microvita and the matter and their 7 layers can be considered. The 5 fundamental factors can be considered: the waves which are colliding, annihilating to each other to give you the matter, and thus these microvita are entering into this to give you the stability of the matter. So according to this, atom has mind. This idea is in accord with the organicist philosophies of the mathematician Alfred Whitehead. The only satisfactory solution would seem to be that mind is universal, present not only in all organisms and in their cells, but in their molecules, atoms, and elementary particles. Recently, Charles Birch, former professor of biology at University of New South Wales, summed up this idea. There is but one theory known to me that casts any positive light on the ability of brain cells to furnish us with feelings. It is that brain cells can feel. What gives brain cell feelings? It is by the same logic that we may say they are molecules, and so on down the line to those individuals we call electrons, protons, and the like. The theory is that things that feel are made of things that feel. So as we have understood that it has structure, it has life, it can die, the matter travel. Now the question is, if atom have mind, why do we not recognize it in a rock, for example, or in a bricks, for example? So answer is very simple. If we take an example of metaphor of a magnetized iron bar. Each iron atom produces a small magnetic field, but they are not organized. They are electromagnetic waves are not organized to a particular orientation, not expressed properly in terms of philosophy. So unexpressed waves of electromagnetic waves from the magnetized iron cannot give that mind. In human beings, mind is an emergent property dependent on the coordinated structure, metabolism of trillions of constituent cells. Embedding mind in the subatomic world allows us to address two more materialistic anomalies: quantum uncertainty and organic life. So in quantum uncertainty, what Pierre Sorkar says that uncertainty principle is the ignorance, not really the uncertainty. Why? Because he has given example. So uncertainty principles, I think everybody knows that. Again, though, I am just reading out. We know everything about where a particle is located. If we know clearly, then we know nothing about its momentum. If we know the position clearly, we cannot know the momentum. What Sorkar says that most of the atomic research done until now has been done on the basis of the guessing method, because different stages of the atom and different constituent parts of the atom do not come under direct perception. They come within the arena of human concept. In Sorkar's theory, atomic structure is due to the billions of participating microvita, only some of which are detected with physical apparatus. So if all the microvita can be detected or all the particles can be detected, then there will be nothing called uncertainty. So clearly this is the reference to address the quantum processes, and then it can also address the life processes. Microvita can be understood as organizing principles integrated into the structure of atoms. They could also be considered the source of Alfred Rappaport, who is a parapsychologist. He addressed that memory is inherent in nature and that natural systems inherit a collective memory from all previous things of their kind. He proposes that it is also responsible for telepathy type interconnections between organisms. This theory is nowadays the part of most recent, which is developmental biology. So now we can make up a tree from consciousness to approach from supreme consciousness to microvita energy, and in objectivity planes of inferences and planes of propensities. So microvita create minds and bodies and also destroy mind and physical bodies. The root cause of life can be treated as the microbiome, but not the unicellular protozoa or unit protoplasmic cells. So these viruses are also not exceptions from the having several of microbiome. Their effect is dangerous to the society. So there are also, as the atoms are a condensation product of many microbiome, therefore virions can be treated as a condensation products of many negative microbiome, because those virions are giving the problems to the society, to the human being, to the living entity. They have also their RNAs. Once they get attached to the host cell, the viruses were found as a poison in 1990. That is the first poison things that time people used as a poison, and afterwards they could not be detected until 1931 electrons microscope is discovered. Since then, the virus is evolving within the universe. The may be treated as a primitive life composed of again microbiome particles. So those viruses in 1989 in Ahmedabad, what I read from several literatures that Shri P.R. Sarkar gave an address that time several virus came into the atmospheres and gave deadlier effect to the society, and he pointed out that many more things will come in futures. You have to be prepared for that. So we witnessed SARS-CoV, we witnessed in 2002-2003 SARS-CoV, we witnessed MERS-CoV in 2012, we witnessed HCoV. Now we are witnessing since November 2019, first case in China, and then in India 2020 onwards, 2020 December, January onwards, we are experiencing the deadlier effect of SARS-CoV-2. SARS-CoV-2. So, and in 11th of March 2020, as you know all the story, I am just skipping, who announced that this is a pandemic. All over the world is suffering because of this poisonous effect, deadlier effect of this virus. Today, total cases in several countries, particularly in India, is 11 lakhs, more than 11 lakhs or 12 lakhs, and in USA, 40 lakhs. So, the symptoms, it gives immediate symptoms, everybody knows, though for recapitulating, mild symptoms, moderate symptoms, severe symptoms, it can lead to major disease is the lungs, it affects the lungs, and heart disease, kidney damage, as well as brain disease. Also it leads to brain disease because of the post-traumatic stress disorder or Alzheimer's disease. So today's there is no drug, no vaccine for this virus particles. Few well-known and very few drugs are available today. Innate immune system has to be improvised by each and every one in this today's scenario. So this immune system, everybody knows, I think. Again, I am just recapitulating this one. Just like a home guard, if home guard cannot do, then you have to bring the police force like that, or then military, and then other forces, high top ranker forces you have to bring to safeguard your home or to safeguard your country. Similarly, your body, if you have to treat as a home, and home guard is there, innate immune systems, you have to keep strong that innate immune systems by, so this gives mainly the mental disease, physical health is there, mental disease, as well as the economic problems of the society. In mental disease, fear is there, so too, because it is going through the chakras, several glands, it enters through nose, eyes and mouths, travels downwards to the Visuddha chakra and then go to the Anahata chakra, do its function. Anahata chakra is positioned within the lungs and heart nearby it, and it get attacked with this lungs. Therefore, so to get rid of deadlier effect of SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 disease, to get rid of mental disease or disorders, we must have to keep our innate immune system strong enough. How to do that? To do the meditations, yoga, and sentient foods. Sentient foods, meditation, and yoga can uplift your innate immune system is strong. So there is no vaccines till today. Few vaccines are in third clinical trials. They are having few 90%, 94% trials. From India, Bharat Biotech also they have discovered one vaccines which is also under third clinical trial. AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer and Moderna also has their own vaccines. But the problem is that those vaccines are also having problems, cannot tackle the virus because the virus properties, this particularly the SARS-CoV virus properties is so fluctuating, it's mutated so fast that it is very difficult to tackle by a single booster or single vaccines. It is very difficult to tackle all sorts of mutants, though maximum mutants can be tackled together. So people are trying their best, scientists are trying their best to get the vaccines, but do not wait for that. The pandemic, you have to come up by your own body systems, because there is no medicines. It is the medicines within yourselves at home. You can save your house by yourselves. Therefore, no need of to come outwards to invite outwards medicines. So the solution is that the ability of discrimination resides in the sidereal plexus or Anahata chakra. It is improved by positive microbiota, which can enter our system through the Sauramandala. Such emanations of cosmic factor can be invited by kirtan as well as meditative practices. They will certainly help to overcome the effect of the aforesaid attack on our mental health. So improving the positive microbiota within the body, the negative microbiota will balance, and more improving the positive microbiota can save you from the deadlier effect of SARS-CoV-2. Herd immunity factor came into picture in scientific scenario, but that also is 10% only fruitful. So once the second wave may come also, don't worry that first antibody, if it is produced, it remains only for 3 months. But don't be desperate that it may also come after 3 months. 3 months, whatever, if somebody attacked by SARS-CoV-2, 3 months antibody will work. It will not cause any harm even if SARS-CoV-2 enters your body. However, after 3 months, it can harm your body. So don't be desperate to follow who has given the guidance, or our Indian government is time to time giving the guidelines to be followed, as well as to maintain, to strengthen your innate immune system. You have to invite the positive microbiota within yourselves by keeping your body and mind sentient, practice yoga and meditation, grow more positive microbiota, and that is the only way to get rid of these pandemic situations. I hope that all of us will have that activities and will do everything to improve, to increase the number of positive microbiota within ourselves to fight against the pandemic. We should not wait for the medicines or for the vaccines to come up. Of the above mentioned entities, which ones are actually individual microbiota and which ones are simply collections of microbiota will have to be explored more in the future. However, it is clear, as P.R. Sarkar suggested, that microbiota are the root cause of life. They guide the processes through which new cells are born. They play a crucial role in the interactions between a cell and its environment. And finally, when it is time for a cell to die, they are responsible for decomposing that entity or removing themselves as being the ones who compose the entity. So, what in summary, the microbiome can solve the problems of cosmology, few problems, quantum uncertainty principles can be treated as ignorance because we cannot concentrate all the particles at the same time. We can ignore something, posing some conditions. The catalyst microbiome can be treated as a catalyst which catalyzes really to give rise to the biological macromolecules, the DNA, RNA, and proteins from their basic building blocks, though the basic building blocks were synthesized in nature. Then we can say that every atom has the mind. Exchange of microbiota within this matter can lead to mind within the atom. Similarly, the organized mind force, organized consciousness is not there in the inanimate materials. If they organized, they can lead to mind. Similarly, in our physical body, trillions of cells are functioning together. The coherence of those cells only lead to feelings or minds or consciousness. So with this, the microbiome can be treated as the basic building blocks of the universe. That means basic building blocks of the elements or matters, everything wherefrom we are today. To prove the theory of microbiome as the universal building block, we must start research immediately. Once established, all the scientific gaps can be resolved. Spiritually uplift scientists can do it easily for the generation of symbiotic society. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, though because of the problem or my ignorance, I took much of your time. Please excuse me for that. And namaskar. Thank you all. Keep your body and mind sentient. Practice yoga meditation. Grow more positive microbiota. Stay safe and healthy. Namaskar.
So, and really outside, but we had and so many other people, and it's like to wait to the building blocks of life and the whole universe. So cosmology has a reinterpretation. We have gone much beyond what actually was the basis, the Darwin or Leclerc or the cosmologists of the universe. Quantum theory also Nanoscience was in the light of Shri Anandamurti. And the things that he has told, he was not a scientist proper, but the things he saw through his intuition, with power, we can take into account. And these positive and negative forces, they can also discuss in the light of the Bhagavad Gita, which is quoted by Murtiji, that Daivasya Sampad Vibhaga Yoga, the 16th, that these divine capacities we have to rise in the society, and we can have collective meditation schemes. And in America also they had a research into that what they call this Maharishi Mahesha Yogi's transcendental meditation. And they found that certain areas where more collective meditation centers were there, and people engage in meditation regularly, there actually burglary and suicide, homicide, all these things were much less in number. So India is the land of spirituality. Also India is the land of, we can say, sciences. We had much of material science in the past. Unfortunately, in the last 1,000 we have gone down. So could we take to the way shown by Shri Anandamurti and also take cues from his predecessors and even his contemporaries and followers in spirituality, and perhaps rightly we can call his sense of philosophy as spirit, divine materialism. He speaks matter, he speaks of society, he speaks of universal humanity and society, but also he speaks of sciences. And this microbiome give a new horizon to our new scientists, and they must be spiritually guided, not materially guided sciences, but spiritually guided sciences. Again, we can take to sciences. And this pandemic actually, this is a human fault. Some fault lines are there. We have to address to them that why this pandemic should come up and what are the causes. Is there a relationship between material occurrings and our ethical and moral behavior? That is dharma. This dharma actually as only for human beings, only for the most this grown-up creatures on the earth, because nobody is better than the human beings. Nobody is frail also than the human beings. So these human beings with their intellect and their spiritual capacity and their forcing nature, they can actually take care of the globe. He speaks of society, he speaks of universal humanity and society, but also he speaks of science and this microbiome is trying to survive. But this is a nice explanation of the scientific ideas, all in physics and chemistry, bioscience, how people are going around and how they can get a right view from Shri Anandamurti ji, Prabhat and Sarkar. So with these words, I thank the fact. Now, Dr. Bhaumik to kindly make his presentation, his full name is not with me. And Dr. Bhaumik kindly, he will go for his presentation. Thank you all. Thanks.
Nityanandang Paramasukadang Kevalang Anandamurtim Bishatitang Gagana Sadrisang Tattamasadilakkam Ekang Nitang Bimalachalang Sarvadi Sakhi Bhutang Bhavatitang Trigunarahitam Sadgurutang Namami. Respected chief guest of today's webinar, Professor Ram, today's chairperson, Professor Surendra Mohan Mishra, eminent speakers on the panel, all the viewers. Today, my topic of discussion is pragmatic economic development planning. As you know that Sri Prabhat Sarkar, or the spiritual master Sri Anandamurti ji, was not oblivious of the fact that for physical existence of human being, only preaching of or teaching of dharma will not suffice. There should be a proper socio-economic philosophy which can be implemented on this very planet Earth, so that the people can come out from all the evils which the society is confronting today. As Professor Bag and others, previous speakers have just mentioned, the effect of COVID-19 has given us a new situation where we have to think beyond the existing economic planning, that is the capitalistic economic planning. Two theories prominently came up in the last century. One was capitalism, propounded by Karl Marx, communism, the equality for all, and another ism which is still prevalent in the society, that is capitalism. And both the isms, both communism and capitalism, are guided by profit motive. As you know, if human beings make the profit the main theme or sonam bonum of their life, many problems will come up in the society which needs new outlook, new orientation to solve. Now, the capitalism has thrown us many challenges. The challenges of inequality, exploitation, oppression, suppression, recession in the economy, inflation. And to know the impact of capitalism, one need not be an economist. You simply go to the market and you see the price rise, which is beyond the purchasing capacity of the common people. These two isms, communism and capitalism, has presented the world two world wars. And both the isms, one is state capitalism, that is communism is nothing but state capitalism, and capitalism, individual capitalism or corporate or group capitalism, both the isms have polluted the environment. They are oblivious of the fact that all the creatures of the universe are nothing but the expression of the Supreme Father, the Supreme Consciousness. Till today, there are four types of philosophies that we brought on this earth. There is matter-centric philosophy. Four types of philosophies are prevalent: matter-centric philosophy, self-centric philosophy, dogma-centric philosophy, and God-centric philosophy. The philosophy propounded by P.R. Sarkar, Prabhat Sarkar, is the only God-centric philosophy which is holistic in nature, which encompasses all the strata of human existence, be it physical, psychic, or spiritual. Before the philosophy of Anandamurti, no other philosophy attempted to solve the problems in all these strata. Now, for our physical existence, we need 5 basic amenities. These are food, clothing, shelter, medicine, and education. These are the basic fundamental rights of human beings. These must be guaranteed by all the immediate government, be it the central government, state government, or any government anywhere in the world. The basic amenities of life must be guaranteed. And Sri Anandamurti in his treatise Ananda Sutram, in the 5th chapter, he has mentioned the details about the economic principles of his philosophy, which is popularly known as progressive utilization theory or PROUT. This theory is propounded in 1959. He was very much aware about the sufferings of the humanity, about the ill effects of communism and capitalism. To him, communism faulted at its very base. Communism refuted spirituality. In the name of religion, the communist leaders, they ignored the spiritual treasure of human beings. And the capitalism has just reduced the human beings as economic beings, devoid of any sympathy and empathy for other living creatures. For Anandamurti, in order to build a well-knit society, 6 components are very much essential. These are spiritual ideology, spiritual cult, socio-economic theory, social outlook, scriptures, and preceptor or guru. Till today, the society could not have all these 6 spokes of the society. As a result, we could not build a human society in its true sense. For Anandamurti, Samaj is Samanam Ejodi iti samajam. A group of people, when they are moving towards the supreme consciousness, towards the universal humanism, that is society. And in that society, nobody will be ignored. And the journey of society will start from the spiritual morality. So from the spiritual morality and reaching up to the level of universal humanity or universalism, all the people who are marching towards this goal, their society. This type of society is yet to be formed in the present world. So the aspirations of the society which was uttered in the Rig Veda, Sangachadang Sangvadadang Sangvo Manang Sijanotam Deva Bhagang Jatha Purve Sangjana Upasate Samani Bo Akuti Samana Hridayani Bo Samana Mastabo Mano Jata Bhasuswasati. That aspiration which was uttered in Rig Veda is yet to be realized. Anandamurti ji, as a preceptor, as a guru, he realized the vacuum in the social strata. And to him, progress means progress in each and every stratum of human existence, be it physical stratum or psychic stratum or spiritual stratum. That's why he is the real guru. He has given guidelines in all aspects of human existence. He has given new scriptures, all the dogma-centric philosophy, which has divided the humanity in various castes, creeds, haves, have-nots, whatever it is, in many forms. The human society is fragmented today. Anandamurti ji tried to build one human society. For him, humanity is one and indivisible. One cannot divide humanity on the basis of all these artificial differences based on caste, creed, and everything. And at the very basic thing, base, one must provide all the basic amenities of life. He uttered that Jugasya Sarvanimna Prayojanam Sarvesham Vidayam. Whatever is minimum requirement for a particular era, in a particular age, those essential commodities must be guaranteed, must be provided to each and everybody. That means the society must create such an environment where the people will have sufficient purchasing power to fulfill all the basic amenities of life. And he realized the fact that Boichitram Prakrita Dharma Samanam na Bhavishyati. Diversity is the law of the nature. You cannot implement equality in every sphere of life because diversity is the law of nature. So unlike communism, which attempted to equalize or distribute all the properties of the world, resources of the world equally among all the individuals, that is an utopian idea. That is a utopian idea. And when it was attempted to realize on this planet Earth, it boomeranged. It could not be implemented in its true spirit. So we have to accept the fact that diversity is the nature of law. And all the resources of the world, it is the common paternity of each and everybody. Harorme Pita, Gauri Mata, Swadesha Bhubaneshwar. This universe is ours. It is our common paternity. All the physical resources of the earth is our common inheritance. And everybody has the birthright to have all these basic amenities of life. Nobody, no state, no country can deny this very fact. If somebody is denying this fact, that means they are hypocrites. They are trying to exploit the human society. Today's humanity must be aware of these very facts. And Sri Prabhat Sarkar just did not find the fault with these isms, that is capitalism and communism. He has given the alternatives to these isms. And his ism is universalism. And to establish universalism, he has given the progressive utilization theory, which is a practical-based theory. He has considered the societal problems. He has analyzed the human society and minorly observed that in each and every era, a particular group of people, as per their mentality, they dominate the society and exploit the others. As for example, today, the capitalists, that is the Bourgeois era, the acquisitors era, they are the dominant group which are dominating the society. They are just guiding or controlling all the economic principles throughout the world. And they are united. Their approach is top to bottom, planning everything in the capitalistic era or capitalistic system it is decided from the top, and it is just channelized at the lower level. But due to corruption and other many malpractices, which is a derivative of capitalism or communism, both corruption, then malpractices, immorality, these are hallmarks of both the isms. Due to all these evil effects, the fruit of the planning does not reach at the bottom level. Here Prout advocates the decentralized planning process. Planning, whatever planning is required, that planning has to be decentralized. And while we plan something for the economic liberation of the human society, we have to take into account the various characteristics of the human beings, that their urge, their need is limitless. And the physical resources of the world are limited. So there has to be a proper balance while deciding about the distribution of the resources. So basic amenities should be provided to all. Then Utiriktam Pradatavam Gunanupatanam. After guaranteeing the basic amenities of life, whatever excess resources are there, that should be rationally distributed among the people having qualities. Unlike communism, where quality was not given any importance. But Prout recognizes this very fact that incentives or the qualities should be recognized and incentives should be given to the people having quality. And then Sarvanimna Manavardhanam Samaja Jivalakhanam. These basic amenities of life should be upgraded in a progressive manner. In each and every era, the rulers, the administrators should try to give maximum amenities to each and every individual of the society. And society is nothing but a collection of individuals. If individual is not good, the individual is not moral, then we cannot have a society in its true sense. So the exploitation starts in the human mind. Anandamurti says that the Prout is against capitalism, but not against the capitalists. The capitalists, they are suffering from psychic disease. This psychic disease of acquiring, getting more and more, the urge, inner urge to have more and more money, more assets, this is a psychic disease. So that psychic disease must be cured from the mental pabulum of the capitalists through the scientific process of spiritual practice. He has given the solution how to come out from this capitalistic mentality. And then the economic power should be handed over at the people, at the hands of the people. Like democracy means by the people, of the people, for the people. Like economy should be managed by the local people, and it should be for the people, and it should be managed by the local people. Like corporate sectors, what they have done, they have categorized all the throughout the globe. They have just formed socio-economic zones, special economic zones, where they get the tax rebates from the immediate governments of the countries. They get various types of incentives, and they just establish the industries. But the fruit of the industry, the economic benefits do not reach at the grassroots level. So here Prout advocates that there should be, instead of special economic zones, there should be self-sufficient socio-economic zones. And these self-sufficient socio-economic zones, SSEZ, should be formed on the basis of uniform economic problems, uniform economic potentialities, then uniform the sentimental legacy, uniform linguistic parameters, and other geographical factors. So based on these factors, there will be many socio-economic zones which will be self-sufficient in nature. And in this self-sufficient socio-economic zone, the planning will be done at the block level. There will be block level planning and inter-block and intra-block planning. So the local resources of a particular self-sufficient socio-economic zone will be managed by the local people. Here he clarified the concept of local people. As you know that due to COVID-19, we have come across a scenario where many people, they have come from their, who are working as migrant laborers in various states of India, And as per the World Economic Forum, more than 130 million migrant laborers are working in various states of India. So the problem of the migrant workers is that they have to manage two families, one at their workplace and one at the state where they belong to. Due to this, their purchasing power is never good, and they just remain as a floating population in a particular socio-economic zone, and there is the outsourcing or outflow of the money from a particular socio-economic zone. So in this type of situation, the local economy, purchasing power of the local people cannot just become high. It remains always below par. So in order to solve this problem, Prout says that in a particular self-sufficient socio-economic zones, whatever resources are there, natural resources, maybe iron ores, agricultural resources, all these resources will have to be managed by the local people. Here, local people are those who have merged their socio-economic interest with the socio-economic interest of the place where they are staying, irrespective of their language or caste or whatever it is. The local people should be those who have merged their socio-economic interest with the interest of the particular socio-economic zone. And beyond this, all the persons will be categorized as outsiders. And these outsiders will have no role to play in the economic planning of that particular self-sufficient socio-economic zone. And Prout advocates the creation of 44 socio-economic zones throughout India and more than 250 socio-economic zones throughout the world. Now, after formation of these socio-economic zones, what will happen? The purchasing power of the people will increase because the local people will be managing the economy, the local people will get the job in that particular economy, and there will be a lot of scope for creation of job opportunities in that economy, and the money will be circulated in the local economy. As a result of all these facts, the purchasing power of the people will go up, and whatever industries are there, all the industries will be managed by the local people. Of course, the key industries will be managed by the central or state government, immediate government. Then the medium or not so much large-scale industries will be managed by the cooperatives. Now, the principles of cooperative, how to form cooperative, the Prout's cooperative system will be discussed by the next speaker, Dr. Nobin Kumar Jana. So I'll not talk much about the cooperatives, which will be the main economic unit in the Proutistic economic structure. And then small-scale enterprises will be there, of course. Those will be managed by the private persons. Now, when the scale of the private enterprises will go up, then immediately they will come under the cooperatives. And when the resources will be managed by the cooperatives, then definitely all the ill impact of this migration, there will be no migration in fact, because people will be given a choice to settle in a particular socio-economic zone of their choice. So there will be no floating population and economy will stabilize, purchasing power of the people will increase. And as you know that in all throughout the world, the economy is totally functioning in a very imbalanced way. The wealth is concentrated at the hands of very few individuals or few capitalists, and money is not circulated in the economy. As a result of this, all the economy in entire world is in deep recession. Each and every economy of every country is facing depression, and India is not an exception in this regard. As you know that in the last 2 quarters, our GDP is shrinking at an average rate of 8.9%. In the last first quarter of this present financial era, this financial year, economy just stagnated at GDP shrinked by 23.9%, and second quarter of this financial year, the GDP just shrinked at 8.9%. So it is not the scenario in India. Each and every economy of the world is facing this problem due to this COVID-19. So to come out from this problem, Prout advocates just formation of balanced economy. What is balanced economy? Balanced economy is such economy where all the people will be divided in many socio-economic enterprises. As you know that our main workforce is engaged in agriculture in India. More than 60% of India's population is engaged in agriculture, and agriculture is never treated as industry in Indian economy. So farmers are not able to have a very good standard of living, in spite of the fact that they are working hard, they are providing the food to the society, but their economic condition is very, very pathetic. And more than 70% population is dependent on agriculture, and the pressure on agriculture is huge. Proud advocates that in a balanced economy, 40% people should be engaged in agriculture, then 20% people should be engaged in agro-based industries based on the agricultural produce, like cereal-based industries, the fruit-based industries. Many agro-based industries should be established in each and every socio-economic zone of the country and world. Then there will be 20% people engaged in agrico-industries. As you know that to do the agricultural cultivation practices, we need various types of agricultural equipments. So those industries which will be producing these agricultural implements are agrico industries like power tiller, tractor, spades and other equipments. So in those industries, 20% of the population will be engaged. Then 10% people will be given the scope of a job, and 10% people will be in small and business enterprises. And non-chemical industries, of course, their percentage may be 10%, and this 10% can be managed by reducing the population from other sectors. That is, some percentage from agriculture, some from agrico and agro-based industries. So that way, by formation of a balanced economy, the overpressure on the agriculture, on the land, will be minimized. And in many countries, the agriculture is neglected. Less than 30% population are engaged in agriculture. So when less than 30% or 40% population is engaged in agriculture, definitely agriculture is neglected in those countries. So those countries will definitely have to depend on on other countries, from supply from other countries to meet their basic amenities of life. So Proud is the first decentralized economic structure. Shrii Prabhat Anandamurti ji, his main aim was to provide the human beings a socio-economic sphere, a socio-economic opportunity, wherein he will be able to sustain by having his basic amenities for life. After that, he will devote his excess time for spiritual realization. Because until and unless we have spirituality, it is a part of our life, universalism is never possible to achieve. So philosophers may debate in various seminars or webinars about the utility of the world peace, then utility of the society having without having any exploitative mentality. But without spiritual practice, this change is not possible. These utterances will be only confined in the book chapters or discussion forums. So Anandamurti was a practical man. He not only advocated an alternative to the communism and capitalistic economic theories, he has given the Proudistic principles, how to reorganize the economy, how to improve the physical well-being, of the human society, and also for mental upliftment, he has given meditational process, and through meditation process, a person will have the opportunity to realize the self. So the motto of his mission was Atmakhartang Jagat Hitayacho. He told that the supreme humanity, the supreme spirit within the humanity which was neglected for ages, has awakened. This awakening will create a new spirit, a new history in the human society. His guidance, his principles will be the pioneer of the new society. He has given a clarion call to all the spiritual people, moral people, rational people who love the society to implement the Proud immediately so that the sufferings of the humanity is minimized. The COVID-19 situation has given has given an opportunity to the world leaders that this capitalism is nothing but approaching towards its burst. It was booming all these days, all these centuries. The capitalistic economics are booming. It is about to burst. The communism has died a premature death. The capitalism is approaching towards its natural death. What next? As you know, in science, no space can be void. Emptiness is not allowed in the nature. So Prout as an alternative is there. World leaders, today or tomorrow, have to think about Prout. It is the demand of the day. It is the demand of the humanity. So until and unless Proutistic principles are implemented, all the evils in the society, be in the physical stratum or mental stratum, so many mental diseases are appearing day by day, tension, frustration, depression, whatnot. And spiritual upliftment, spiritual liberation of the human being is not possible. So Prout is the panacea. Prout is the only alternative. It is the Prout which is only able to decentralize the economy. The decentralization of economy is not possible in a capitalistic or democratic system. So only in the Proutistic system, the decentralization of economy will be possible. And the humanity is eagerly waiting for this day for economic emancipation or economic liberation of the entire human society. This golden day will arrive sooner if all the moral people, all the spiritual people, they unite together and just throw all the devils in human forms from the power. So it is the clarion call given by Lord Shri Anandamurti ji that moralists of the universe must unite together and help the suffering humanity to come out from the Cimmerian darkness. So Nanno Pantha Vidyatayanaya, Prout is the only alternative. I urge all the viewers to go through the writings of C. P. R. Sarkar about Prout. He has given many volumes on Prout, Proutistic economics, outline of Prout in a nutshell, many pages, thousands and thousands of pages he has written on many topics, be it economic policy, be it this education policy, be it our environmental policies, our population controlling policy, our sustainable agricultural development, whatever you name, all problems are deeply discussed, analyzed in Proutistic economy, and a day is sure to come when human being will implement, will understand the implications, the importance of Prout, and they will be implementing it. So with this request, I thank the organizer, the convener, for giving me opportunity to share my views about the Proutistic economic decentralization process. It is a very big topic. Within 20-30 minutes, not possible to touch upon all the points, but I have tried my level best. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Namaskar.
Hello, am I audible? Am I audible? Hello? Yes, you are audible.
You are audible.
Thank you so much. Name of Shri Anandamurti ji, Vishwajit Bhumika, one who is connected to the earth proper and also has a global outlook, and is the proud his on cars advanced
Your voice is
through speech. Why? Is it allowed?
your voice is cracking. It's
Wow.
Mishra ji, perhaps you have a network problem. So now, not last, our next speaker is Dr. Naveen Jana. He is a reader of National Institute of Science, Education and Research, Bhubaneshwar. So I am requesting now to Dr. Naveen Jana.
Namaskar to all, like Professor Ram, Professor Mishra, and all the other dignitaries, and also the viewers in the Google platform, this YouTube. So, also I want to thank the organizers, the Punjab Department of Philosophy, and also the RU, platform, for organizing this webinar and give me the chance to speak about. So my topic is cooperative system, and opt-out. You can think of this as a continuation of just the last talk, and I think my screen is visible to all of you. So, is it visible to all of you, my screen?
Hello?
no.
Again, the same problem.
Yeah. Take your time.
Yeah. Okay, just give me 2 minutes. Okay, so my topic is cooperative system of Prout, and this is, you can think of a continuation of the last talk, which is delivered by Dr. Homik, which lucidly just said about the background of Prout. And here I'll start again with the concept of Samaj, because that is the most crucial thing in all the talks. Like Dr. Nanda Bhumik said about Samaj, Dr. Bhumik also said about the Samaj, and I'll also speak about the Samaj first, because the Samaj is where we live, and Samaj is nothing but Samanam Ejoti iti Samaja. That means a collective movement of a group of individuals who made a unit unanimous decision to move forward with a common goal. So that defines the Samaj, and what we learned from the earlier thing, that we cannot live individually, rather we have to live collectively, and that's why we created our Samaj. And over the time, we become social being rather individual being, and hence we cannot ignore our society. So that's why the Samaj will come again and again. And the thing is that with the time, the complexity of the Samaj, or the concept of human society, that also just develops, and that becomes complex as well. And when with that complexity, they just feel that they need the economic theories to govern them as well, for their development, of course. And till now, we have just, as Dr. Bhumik suggested, we have only two theories, that is the capitalism and communism. And what is common in both of them, that they just originated in the Western world. And in the Western world, the mind is layered into only two parts, this doer I and the done I. That am I, that is not missing from their philosophy. Since philosophy guided us in the bigger perspective, so that's why what the theory they suggested, or they just present to the society, that lacks the main component, which is the spirituality, which thrusts the human being to profit. So there is the lacuna, and that's why what happened, that they failed to guide us. They failed to guide us as a human society to the right direction, because they could not understand what is our final destination as a human being. So when the objectivity is missed, you cannot go to the right direction. At some point, you will be just lost your path. That happened in both capitalism and communism. And with that, when the capitalism is driven by the profit motive, it becomes a den of exploitation in all the human existence, start all the human existence, that is either in physical level, which is just exploited by the economic exploitation, and that can be done with the, again, three type of things. One is the colonial exploitation, the other one is the imperialist exploitation, and the last, which is most dangerous, is the fascist exploitation. So these are the things which is done in the economic level. Just Dr. Bhumik suggested some of the things, but I'll again not go into details because I have no time. We are already at 5. So, but the thing is that this exploitation is not only in the forum. It becomes in the psychic exploitation as well. For example, if you just ask any educationist who just study the economic theory, if you ask about the economic theory or something, okay, they will just think in the mindset of the capitalist economy. Because it is made to be such like that economy means capitalist economy. You cannot think of that there can be an alternative. So this kind of psychic thing has been built over this period. Similarly, when we talk about this medical education, so MBBS course and other things, all is full with this allopathy. What happened to our ancient knowledge of Ayurveda and homeopathy? Are they not don't exist, or before the establishment of this allopathy, people didn't survive? So these are the psychic things they just manipulate in such a way that you cannot think other way. So they do this psychically. Not only that, in the name of spirituality, they provoke the religion thing. Many big temples have been made, and there you have to just pay the thing, and many other things. Means, with this caste and creed, they can see it, and they can just do the exploitation in the name of spirituality through the religion. So all the things are just lead us But as a result of this kind of thing, we see that two major components of the economic depression. One is the accumulation of wealth, and another is the reduced flow of money. And that leads to the majority of the people. And with that, what we see, that there is an economic disparity. Now we can see that more than 90% of the wealth is just accumulated only to the few. And most of these things are getting only the limited resources. So economic disparity is just prevalent all over the world. Along with that, since it is motivated by the profit, that you have to earn profit. So what is there? Morality is just take the back seat. Rather, if you are moral, then you are just fool because you cannot make money. So you cannot do anything with that. So that's why this moral degradation is prevalent in all the things. Only law and other things cannot just prevent us to guide us in a good society, and that we are seeing in all these spaces of our life. Along with that, there becomes the unruly alliance among the different stakeholders. For example, the thing is that, let's say there is some natural resources. So government is thinking that this capitalism will just do the better thing. So what they do, they try to auction that natural resources. To whom? To one individualist. But in that auction process, they take the auction, but where from that person gets the money? That person goes to the bank and for loan. But who gives, when bank gives the loan, whose money is bank giving? Bank is giving the common person's money to that person. But the whole resources, natural resources, belongs to the all common people. But now what happens? This, with the help of the common people's money, one individual becomes the owner of that natural resources, where they just prevent that local people to enjoy those resources. And in that process, if they get just lost, then what government has to do? Government has to again just give some subsidy. And if they just get profit, then government only can take some, and somebody will just guide them. That you have to do this, you have to do this, and they cannot freely do that what they want. And in that thing, also they lack the in the communist system, there is no private ownership, personal ownership is there. So that's why there is no attachment to the system, and also it is guided by some person. So that's why what will happen, it will lead to a subordinate cooperation we can think of, where somebody wins or somebody dictates what others have to do. But the thing is that human beings are not animals that you can just beat and then you can just make them in a queue. Rather, they are psychic beings, and that is the difference from a human being from animals. And Anandamurti rightly said that, that I strongly oppose that some concept that human beings are rational animals. That concept, Anandamurti is strongly opposed because of that, because human has a tendency of the spirituality, or human being has that spirituality in an essence, so which makes them different from any other animal. So that's why you cannot treat them as animals. So that's why what happens, the human society needs leaders, who can just lead them, rather guide them, like a shepherd or a steward. So human society needs leaders, but leaders where from it will come. And for that reason, what happens, the communism also failed, as Dr. Komik suggested, it gets its premature death. So the thing is that communism failed, but the thing is that human society needs leaders, where from the leaders will come. But the thing is that as long as people does not perform the spiritual practice with proper spiritual ideology, that is not possible. And as Dr. Komik again suggested that these are six requirements for a society to flourish, there the spiritual cult is essential. And this spiritual cult, along with this social outlook and spiritual philosophy, what happens? That is, we get this we take this just something called Samgiita, what just Anandamurti Piyush suggested, and they can lead us to the society. They can, and they are the leaders today, the spiritual leaders who can lead us, because we have to always keep in mind the just the goal of our society, because we are social beings. And then the problem is everywhere. Suggesting problem is not the solution, because many problems, whenever you just open a TV show or chat show, you see that people are just discussing about the problem, not the solution, because they don't have the solution, and that's why they only can just keep slang language and just attack others with the foul languages, but they cannot keep a solution because they don't have any solution. Rather, Pierre Sarkar suggests as an alternative to this, as a solution to this one, a new alternative, which is progressive utilization theory, as suggested by this Dr. Bhomik in the last presentation. But what is the aim of this theory? The aim of the theory is to create an environment where everyone get a chance to practice their Manav Dharma, okay? So that in the form of human body, those who are not human, okay, they can become a human being, okay? So that is the aim of this thing. So that, and that can be obtained by giving the minimum requirements as suggested by, again, Dr. Bhomik, the food, clothing, housing, education, and medical treatment. And this has to be given to each and everyone, not a single person to be missed, so that they can complain that, okay, I didn't get the chance to practice my Manav Dharma, so that's why I am becoming animal, or my animal instinct is just prevalent for that reason. So that should not be the case. And giving this one as an aim, so what has been suggested, now the thing is that Sarkar's suggestion is that we should practice the cooperative in almost every sphere of human existence, so that he says it is always better for people to work together as far as possible. Okay, the more that human beings work together, the better it is. If this principle is not followed, the spirit of society, of course, will be broken and adversely affecting the very existence of human beings. Because over the years, we have just learned that we have to live in society. Now, what we are doing, we are just becoming more individual. That means we are going against the time. That is not the thing. But how it can be just obtained? Now, the thing is that this cooperative means for Sarkar thing is coordinated cooperation. Because operation is nothing but to get something done through any medium or media, and cooperation means this operation is done collectively. But what is coordinated cooperation? Coordinated cooperation is that cooperation where freely, that means willingly, human beings will cooperate with each other with equal rights. So you cannot divide them with the caste and creed. Right? And with mutual respect, everybody will have respect for the others. And again, each will work for the welfare of the others. They will not think about themselves, because if I think about yours, you will think about me, and then collectivity will just flourish. And then the Sangbadadam, this mantra will be just in practice. So that's why Sarkar suggested this coordinated cooperation. Whenever he says there is cooperation means for him it is the coordinated cooperation. And here the spiritual leaders and spiritual leadership of Samgiita, they are very much needed. And because whenever you just need this cooperative movement or something like that, you need a leader, and they are spiritually elevated and spiritually and knowledgeable persons. Because when a person do this spiritual practice, their intuition that becomes more. So that intuitional practice, or that when the intuitions become prevalent, then the what is good and what is bad, that sense of distinguishing will be much more clear. So that's why spirituality is very much needed in our life, individually as well as for the collective welfare. Now the thing is that in the 5 fundamental requirements, food is more essential, that are most essential for our existence. Now the thing is that how we can provide this food to all and everyone. Now the thing is that population is not a problem. Those who doubt that population is a problem, they don't. They just try to misguide the people because so much food is wasted every year. Even not, we have not explored the just possibility of different places. Even the sea region, okay, under the sea, the food content has been just not explored. How we are just thinking about that population is a problem then? Population is not a problem. Problem is the distribution. So that is a different thing. But the thing is that it is a food thing that is very much essential, and how this food can be just provided to all. And the thing is that here this food is provided by agriculture, of course, but agriculture is the most neglected part in the capitalistic economy because there is less profit. That's why. And the agriculture thing, the productivity depends on the water content of the soil, not the fertility. Because if you have fertile soil, but if you don't have water, then it is of no use. So that's why the irrigation system is required. But the thing is that so-called irrigation system is not done for the agriculture thing because, as I said, there is not much profit. And also, the thing is that this over the period of time with inherited and other things or various other regions, this land is divided many times. And in many cases, this land becomes small and small so that it does not become a profitable land. So that's why in most of the cases, at least in India, at least in Bengal, what happened, this landholding is not, not profitable anymore. So if it is not profitable, where is the incentive to just produce, or do the agriculture there? That is another thing is happening. Now, this agriculture is so neglected that even the scientific farming is not involved. Only till date, we have to just rely on the ancient or the hereditary just skill of the farmers. Okay, but something has been just thrown to them, like utilization of fertilizer, but they don't know how to just use this fertilizer properly. With the chemical fertilizer use of it, the land becomes just dry. Okay, over the period of time, it becomes just almost unfertile. Even the tractor for the small landholding, it cannot be used, and how to use this properly. The irrigation system is not properly done. This research and development, it is not done. Where water is there, a land can be used 4 times in a year, but that is not explored. So, but still we are just saying that the population is a problem. So we need to, this land and other things need to be just properly reorganized so that it becomes profitable from the non-profitable landholding. And second thing is that it should be maximally used. As I said, a land with proper irrigation can be used 4 times in a year. So we should explore that. That has not been done. Okay, but how we can do that? Now all these things can be achieved through cooperative system. Okay, of course, whenever we just try to this cooperative system, we have to keep in mind the collective welfare. Okay, not the profit. So cooperative for the service to the society. So that kind of thing has to be there in that mind. So here I am giving one example that how this landholding, this small landholding creates a problem, and why this thing is just cooperative is needed. Let's say I have just agricultural land which is 10 feet by 20 feet, and that means I have this land is 200 square feet, but the boundary is 60 feet. Okay, those who are knowledgeable or who know the agriculture little details, they know that this around the boundary you cannot just sow the seed, and the productivity is not that much. That means it is waste. That means if 1 foot at the boundary is getting waste, so we are wasting 56 square feet out of this 200 square feet. That means 28% of the land we are just wasting only by giving the boundary. Okay, So that means 1/3 of the land is just wasted for the boundary only. Okay. So to overcome this, we should need to just erase this boundary. But the thing is that this erasing boundary is not that easy, because holding a land is a psychic issue for the farmer. And if two brothers, they can just fight for the 1 feet of land. So that's why this, we have to be very cautious when we just talk about that. We have to remove the boundary of the land. But that can be, this reorganization of land can be done phase-wise and in a cooperative manner. How it can be done? Now, in the first phase, all the uneconomic land holding, those people can come together and they can mark their land in pen and paper. All the lands belongs to there, but this is one unit. Okay, so there will be no boundary, because earlier it is not profitable, so they should be made profitable by combining them. Okay, but their land will be there because the paper and other things will be always in their land. So that should be done first. When that becomes profitable, then in the second stage, what will happen? Now, the other economic landholders should be also requested to join the cooperative. And at the third stage, when this economic landholder and these people, some people will work, some people will not work, only in the name of that I have this land, but I don't give any labor or time to that land. Over the period of time, what will happen? My interest for that land will be just minimized. And when that kind of situation comes into picture, then what will happen? The redetermination of ownership and the rationalization of the distribution of land should be done. And again, one have to be just patient to do these things. No hurry should be done. And at the end of the cases, when all the human beings, they think about the collective welfare, then it is whose land, that will not matter. Then we can say earth is for all. Okay, earth belongs to all. So that kind of cry will be fulfilled only at the end of that point. Now, in the farmers cooperative, this profit sharing, okay, Sarkar has given a clear picture how this profit sharing and other things can be done. According to it, now the thing is that land can come with different sizes. That means people will come to the cooperative with different size of land, also land with different productivity. Hence, the profit will be shared according to their size and productivity. Similarly, the labor, the wages of the labor will be divided according to the skill and productivity of the person. Okay, and in that case, this shareholding farmers, they can also be labor for the thing, or they can get their share for their land only. And for non-shareholding farmers, there will be two types. One is permanent labor. They can be like, the shareholding farmers, they can get the dividends and other things. Okay, but they don't get the share from the land. Okay, and the other will be contractual or just casual labor. Will just come when there is needed. They get only the wages. So accordingly, the profit can be also shared. And what is the benefit? Benefit is enormous. The thing is that usually what happens, what we see that the farmers, they take loans, then they could not repay, or when there is a harvesting, then they have to just sell so that they have to repay the loan, and that just gives that distress selling. They cannot just get benefit from their harvesting. They have to sell it with very minimal price. And in the process of that, this middleman and profiteering, they just get benefited. And in the cooperative system, that will be not the case. So no need for distress sale, because cooperative can give some kind of loan or kind of thing, and they can just communicate to the other things for their cooperative product. So that's why the middleman and profiteering and the individual system or the capitalist system, that will not be prevalent there. Now the new farm policy and other things, where the middleman and the profiteering by the individual will be prevalent. But this Southeast cooperative system, that will prevent that. Again, the tax, levies, and excise duties, that, okay, every individual, they are just worried about how to do, because most of the cases, they are not knowledgeable about it. And when they work it collectively, what will happen? They can just pay okay, collectively. So individuals don't have to just think about it. Again, no need to say, sell land as well, because whenever you need, you can take loans. So in this case, you never have to just sell your land as well. And also there should be some regulations that you cannot sell land to the outside of the cooperative society, so that the benefits, some individuals can get benefits from this cooperative. And speculative buying can be prevented. And also the shares of the land and they get inherited according to different system of the society. Further, the widows, minors, and disabled people who cannot give the labor, but because of their holding, they can get the benefit. And this can, farmers cooperative, they can just add value to their product, like who just make a wheat, they can make the wheat flour. So while selling the wheat and the wheat flour will just sell in much more value. So the difference between the value, who will get the profit? And the cooperative get the profit, and cooperative get the profit means individual shares, they will get the profit. So in the long run, what they can do, when they become collective, they can specialize the local government that you have to provide the irrigation system to us, or you create so that kind of pressure they can create on the local government. So benefits are enormous. Now, not only the farmers cooperative has been suggested by South, there are many other cooperatives has been suggested. One is producer cooperative to produce finished products, and they are of three kinds. One is the agri industry, where the industry is based on the agricultural products. Agrico industries, those industries which provide the machine and utensils for the agriculture thing, and non-agriculture industries like leather industries and other things. So, and these cooperatives can be also used to fulfill all the just need of the collective welfare, and along with that, the consumer cooperative to distribute the consumer goods at reasonable rates, so that individual does not get monopoly on the thing. Like this, we can see this onion price and other things which are getting at the end of the year, it becomes too much, because some of the middlemen, they just stay around with this one. But if the consumer cooperative is made and cooperative movement is made, then this kind of profiteering will not be there. This kind of problem will not be can be prevented. And in all these cooperatives, what will happen? That the sale will be profit will be shared between the workers and the shareholders. No outsider can be just poke into the system, or they cannot be getting benefited in a speculative buying or something like that. So this can be done. And in South, the commodity has been classified into three parts. One is essential, which we have to use, without which we cannot just sustain. And another is semi-essential, which is semi-essential, which is not essential today, but tomorrow it might be essential. And the last is the non-essential, which is luxury goods. So what Prout is suggesting, or Prout is asking, that if we want to establish a healthy society, then of course we have to make our agriculture or we have to produce agricultural goods in a cooperative manner. Essential commodities should be also produced cooperatively, and essential commodities should be also consumed or through cooperative manner, so that we can flourish together. Now, these are the things I just talked about, that there can be consumer cooperative, there will be agriculture cooperative, there will be production cooperative, agrico-production cooperative, and not. So the thing is that agriculture cooperative, they can just directly send to the consumer cooperative if they can just finish the, they can produce the finished product. If they cannot produce the finished product, like this cotton, there has to be made some kind of silk, and then weaving things has to be done. So weaving they cannot do the thing. So for weaving, agrico industry can be just made, and that they made as a cooperative. And when they made the stock and things, then it will be sent to the consumer cooperative again. Whereas the agrico industry, they will directly go to the agriculture cooperative, and the non-agriculture producer cooperative, they will send their finished product to the consumer cooperative. So consumer cooperative is very much essential in that thing. And also what can be done, a large cooperative can be built based on this small cooperative, like the car industry. So that can be also made with the small cooperative as a building block, and then there can be a large cooperative. So these are all the things, and I am running out of time. So that's why I will not talk about this cooperative management. Actually, cooperative management has to be done through the board of members, and a details has been given by this cooperative, proud literature, that how it can be just made this cooperative, and there the moralists are the requirement. So that's why many of the speakers talk about that morality is the base. Because of this, because if we don't have moral people in the leadership, then we cannot think of a collective welfare. So that's why morality is the very much essential. And similarly, the role of government is also very essential, because they need to take some steps to stop hoarding, profiteering, and black marketing. Similarly, government should encourage to just go into the cooperative movement. Government should encourage rather than the individual thing. And what is the benefit in long run? Benefit in long run, or just Dr. Bhomik has suggested, the floating population or the immigrant labor. Since the cooperative, in the just economic democracy, they will dictate the things. They will be from the local people. That's why what will happen? No concept of floating population will be there. No concept of immigrant labor will be there. The unemployment, which is the problem everywhere, that will be solved, because everyone will can get the chance to just participate. Who have the land, who does not have the land, everyone will get the chance to be part of the cooperative. Now, also, what we see now after the superannuation, people's life expectancy suddenly drop because they don't know what to do. But in the cooperative movement, there will be no age of superannuation. So as long as they can just keep this service, they can be there. And also with the scientific advancement, the cooperative can just produce many a great variety of commodities, so that we can just, our life becomes, as Dr. Bhumi suggested, that proud advocates maximum amenities. This amenity can be given by this kind of a variety of commodities which can be produced through this cooperative movement. And as a whole, what will happen? We can lead to the integrated progress. What is the integrated progress means? What we just go in the path of development, that development speed will be accelerated, because it is not for individual. Individual does not have to be suffered, that they don't have to be think about that I have to do X, Y, Z. They may have to think of only X, Y, Z will be taken over by some other. So in that way, the speed will be accelerated, and no part of the universe remain unutilized. So each and every part of the art will be utilized, so that we can just use them progressively. And cooperative will also assist what? The psychic and spiritual advancement. How? Now this, with the COVID thing, government had just made something. Some government has made some rule that instead of 8 hours, they have to work, this labor has to work 12 hours or something like that. But in cooperative system, where more people are there, profit will be shared. So the thing is that there, the time of labor can be just reduced. Why one has to work for 8 hours if that work can be done for 4 hours? So if that work can be done for 4 hours, remaining 4 hours that they can use for the psychic just enlargement and the spiritual practices. So that way we can also just get the benefit from this cooperative. But when it will come, that is the problem. That is the ask that when this cooperative system will just come into the practice. Now the thing is that it is like a just super cooled water. Okay, our society is like that is disturbed, that is just okay, frustrated individually, but as a whole they could not align themselves. But what will happen in the supercooled water? The water gets just okay, below 0 degree centigrade, it does not become crystalline. So this is one example. So this is one example where the water is just a super cooled, maybe minus 10 degrees centigrade, but till that may not get crystalline. But a thrust is needed. And when the thrust is given, instantaneously it becomes crystalline. Our system is also frustrated like that. There needed thrust. That thrust can be given by those 6 essential things. There comes the guru, concept of guru. So who can just give that thrust, and this society will just align in an instantaneous fashion. And that's why Prabhat said that this capitalist will burst like a firecracker. And one day will come when everything will be collapsed, and then we will just build a new society. Namaskar to all.
Swamiji, yeah.
Now, I'm asking Miss Bedvati to present her paper within 15 minutes. Okay?
Okay.
Not more than 20 minutes.
Okay. At the very outset, I would like to convey my regards to all respected persons. Now I am going to discuss. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, you are.
Okay. I am going to discuss about cosmology in Ananda Marga philosophy. Basically, philosophy deals with ontology, epistemology, cosmology, and ethics. But Anandamurti ji added more 2 dimensions. Those are psychology and spiritual cult. As a branch of philosophy, cosmology imparts the knowledge of formation and evolution of the cosmic structure. Positive human minds has to the mystery of the genesis of the cosmos, how universe evolves, what is the basic constituents, and what is the nominal cause of the phenomenal universe. All these cosmological accounts are not yet taken a comprehensive scale and still demands empirically. Since last science has made an incredible things for getting more convenient and comfort life. However, with all these spectacular advancement of science and technology, man remains enigmatic towards themselves. As physics does not give a complete structure about the ultimate reality, about the absolute truth of familiar world. So our subject is so mysterious and also so interesting that it has attracted more or less all civilizations like Greek, Roman, and Catholic, and so on. For Greek civilization, everything is created from nothingness. From nothingness comes sky and then appears earth. But what is the explanation of nothingness? In this regard, they remain silent. For Roman civilization, God is responsible for everything. So far as Christian belief, Catholic Biblical belief, and Islamic belief, we find a great gap regarding this. As per Islamic concern, creation was started within 6 days or 6 ayam, and 7 days is Khoda Pugdes. It is almost like same as biblical belief. If we go in Occidental and Oriental views, in Oriental views, we find a long discussion in Vedas and also Upanishads that in Shvetashvatara Upanishad, Rishi raised the pertinent question, what should we consider as the primordial staff of the universe? It can be fate, nature, accident, or cognitive principle. If we go in Indian philosophy, the proponent of Samgha philosophy, who argues that both Shiva and Shakti are the responsible for creation. Pango bandho, there is one aphorism that Pango bandho ubhayorupi samjogo tatkrito sargaha. But Prakriti is the primordial staff in Samgha concern. There is no role in Purusha in the entire process of creation. From Prakriti, 23 categories are emerged. Prakriter Mohan tato ahankaro tasmat ganascha sodosako tasmat sodosakar panchabhyo panchabhutani cha. So Prakriti is the ultimate star, basic constituents of the entire creation, and Purusha remains as a catalytic agent or inactive passive witnessing entity. Whereas Vedanta argues that non-qualified consciousness, Nirguna Brahma, is the fundamental principle. Everything is created from that Nirguna Brahma. And with him, everything is sustained, and in him, everything is also dissolved. And through the dexterity of Maya, Jagat is appeared. So, Jagat is also treated as the subject of illusion. This is called Mithya. Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya. Jiva Brahmaiva Napar. Whereas as per Vaisheshika concern, universe is composite of numerous atoms and molecules. If we go in Occidental views, Descartes argues that God is responsible for everything. Matter and mind owes their existence to God. And same sound also echoed in Spinoza's philosophy. Whereas Karl Marx argued that matter is the basic stuff. Matter is the essential element of the universe. From matter, mind evolves. So both in Occidental and Oriental views, we find either preeminence of spirit or preeminence of spirit over matter, or preeminence of matter over spirit. In this regard, modern physicists come philosopher argue that both in Occidental and Oriental views, we find the illusion of subjectivity or illusion of objectivity. If we go in modern scientific approach, Big Bang is the largest and most discussed theory, which suggests that everything comes out from nothingness. But so in this regard, there is a great doubt how it is possible from nothingness everything is comes out. So all these above mentioned cosmological unresolved issues resolved by Anandamurti ji in his Ananda Marga philosophy. Ananda Sutram is the key text of Ananda Marga philosophy, which is consists of 85 sutras, including 5 chapters, where Anandamurti ji very simply stated that consciousness is the fundamental star of the universe, which is the combination of Shiva and Shakti. Shiva is frequently used as Purusha, Narayana, shelter of the Prakriti. Purusha means which lies covered in all objects, whereas Prakriti is used as Shakti and causal matrix. So both Purusha and Prakriti, their relationship can be compared with fire and its burning capacity, or 2 pieces of paper. If one side can be removed, then the existence of paper will be jeopardized. So in any circumstances, both Shiva and Shakti cannot be separated. Though appearances binary opposition that represent they represent dualistic in theory but monistic in spirit. Their essence is very much singular. Shiva is not like Samgha or Vedanta's consciousness, like inactive or mere passive witnessing entity. Rather, it is very much active and personal entity. That's why we find more than one aphorism that suggests Otoprato Yogabhyam Samyuktaha Purushottama, that Purusha or consciousness is associated both individually and collectively, both in microcosm and macrocosm, and this aspect is called Purushottama. And what is Shakti? Shakti is the cosmic force of Purusha. That's why we find Shakti sa Shivasya Shakti. Shakti is the cosmic force of Shiva. Shakti is always subservient to Shiva. So, Shakti cannot function without permission of Shiva. That resolve the old historical riddles of Samgha, Prakrit Pradhana. As per Anandamurti's concern, Shakti is permitted, only can perform as it is permitted to do so, permitted by Shiva. Nothing more than nothing else. So both Shiva and Shakti is both Shiva and Shakti. This bipolarity is the foundation stone of Ananda Marga philosophy. And Anandamurti ji introduced a new framework where Shiva and Shakti, rather matter and spirit, can coexist unitedly, and this reveals so many riddles as left by philosophers as well as scientists. Creation started from these two cosmic principles. Those are Shiva and Shakti. Both Shiva and Shakti remains in unexpressed state, which is called Nirguna, without quality, without expression. In this state, though there is no possibility of creation, but possess the potentiality of creation. That's why in Prabhat Sangeet, which is also written by Anandamurti ji, we find one song, Nirguno ambare, Dambaru sanchare, Ombu dorchi samo, Jagile jedin, Srishti sriti, Proloyer devota mamo. In the unbared cosmos, with the first expression of sound began to emerge. So, Jagile means when this Nirguna Brahma is touched by its inherent principle, which is called Prakriti or Shakti, which is composite of three gunas, sentient, mutative, and static, then the creation began to emerge. That's why Anandamurti ji argued that Saguna Srishti Rutpatti. When Nirguna becomes Saguna, quality or distinction appears, then creation is started. So, when this consciousness has feelings to be many. I am alone, let me be many. This willpower is treated as the rudimental cause of the entire process of creation in Ananda Marga philosophy. This is called seed of desire for physicality. This is called Ichha Bijo or Kam Bijo. From that Bijo, due to the influence of binding principle, consciousness get metamorphosed into Bindu and then Nado and then Kola. This is the process from subtle to the appearance of food. Most crudest manifestation is the 5 fundamental factors. So this process is called Sanchara. This is the first phase of cosmic manifestation, cosmic emanation.
यहाँ का खाना जो है,
And
यहाँ
this
का
process
खाने का
of
फ्लेवर्स जो है, वो मैं
the
थोड़ा
sequential emergence of Bij, Bindu, Naad, Kola, and then cosmic mind, which is the combination of Mohan, Aham, and Chitta, and then emerge 5 fundamental factors. So, 5 fundamental factors or matter is the metamorphosed form of consciousness. Due to the static influence, modifying influence of gunas, matter manifested from consciousness. And this is the process where subtle appears as crude physicality, crude objectivity appears from singular supreme entity. And then further codification is possible after appearing most dead factor. This is called solid factor. And from matter again evolves bolo, prano, and mind in the process of pratisanchara. And this is also the process when unit mind has to merge with the final merger, which is the ultimate goal of all created objects. So we can find that matter come from mind, and from matter mind also, unit mind also appears. That also argued materialistic philosophers, that mind comes from matter. But from where matter appears, from where matter comes, in this regard they remain silence. So Anandamurti very simply stated that matter is the metamorphosed form of consciousness. It appears from cosmic consciousness. That's why he reinterpreted the conventional definition, that is, matter is bottled up energy, not bottled up energy, rather it is the bottled up consciousness, as it is the metamorphosed form of consciousness. In matter, the reflection of consciousness is less. That's why it appears as crude object. But in the evolutionary process, it sometimes achieves the state of consciousness. So in this way, Sanchara and Pratisanchara, we find the sequential emergence of mind, matter, and unit mind also. So thus, world is also the cosmic thought projection or macropsychic connection. That's why Anandamurti ji very simply stated that Brahma Sattam, Jagadapi Sattam, but Apekshikam. Because Jagat is always the subject of changing. It is not truth as Brahma is. It is also depends on the time, space, and person. The relative. That's why it is treated as relative truth. Brahma Sattam, Jagadapi Sattam, but Apekshikam. So, in this regard, the great physicist Max Planck also argued that fundamental stuff of the universe is consciousness. Ajit Mukherjee also throws light in this regard, that like human beings, world is also an offspring of the highest reality. And go step further, Anandamurti stated that golden day is sure to come when human intuition will realize that the essence in subatomic world is pure consciousness. So, as per Anandamurti's concern, we find a unified theory where consciousness, mind, matter can coexist unitedly. And that can reveal so many dilemmas, so many discrepancies as left by philosophers, theologians, and also modern scientists. As Paul David argued that consciousness still remains unresolved. Consciousness is the most perplexing issue and still remain unresolved in modern quantum physics. But Anandamurti so simply stated that consciousness is the basic constituent, fundamental star, essence of the universe. And he also emphasized that it is not merely a theoretical aspect, it is also a devotional aspect. Through intuitional practice, we can realize through intuitional practice. That's why he introduced a more scientific intuitional practice that is called sadhana or meditation. So thus, Anandamurti introduced a universal consciousness through which he wants to establish one indivisible human society. There will be no more dogma, no more complexity like superior or inferior complexity, no more ism like casteism, nationalism, or and there like human being, birds, animals, trees can get importance to life in a balanced way. So now we can conclude that Anandamurti ji was the first philosopher who has blended up the subjective approach through objective adjustment. That will be the actual path of physical, mental, and spiritual elevation of human society. So I am not going to detail further. As Dada said, I have to finish within maybe my time is over. I am concluding. Namaskar to all. Again.
Yeah. Mishra ji, now you just
what should I say at the end? Just 2-3 sentences I shall say. It was all a kind of meditation, going through all the speeches and presentations, starting from Professor Maudgil up to Dr. Bedavati Chaudhuri. And we are simply meditating on the ideas of Shri Anandamurti. I was mentally browsing through all the philosophical sutra literature, and nowhere I could trace the 5th chapter of Ananda Sutram, where is the culmination of what we are taught to do. And the things that spoken by Professor Subhendu, so great in the sciences, new researches are to come in this light. And what was spoken by Dr. Jana and before him by Dr. Bhaumik. I think that in Kolkatta and Bhubaneshwar, why can't they choose some village, some area, and do this? And with agriculture ministry also, I should say that the planning commission of the Ministry of Agriculture. I don't know whether earlier one great KPA Menon was there, was known to me, a great senior IAS officer and secretary of the agriculture ministry. Such people should come up with a background of this kind of idea, and certainly India can be great and India can lead. And this Swami, this Acharya Satyajitananda Vadhuji and Swami Shambhu Shivananda Vadhuji, Divyachetanananda Vadhuji, these are like Sadvipras to us. These are the Sadvipras, and perhaps each one of us, there remains an element of Sadvipra which needs to be properly guided by these Swamis. And the Swami certainly can lead the society. And so you see the pida, the pains of this particular person, Shri Anandamurti Prabhat Sarkar, for the whole world, for the whole humanity. And through his words we can find the true consciousness of the true needs of humanity today. And if we can really do something, what I think I tell many times to Swamiji, why can't we choose certain areas where we can implement some of the ideas of Shri Anandamurti ji? Why can't we speak to the village leaders, village communities, that how this can be done in our own area? I should conclude. This Bharatratna Gujalar Nandaji was there. He was a very great man because he was such a man that you can't find in the political party such a person. And he had this Manava Dharma mission and Bharatiya Sadhu Samaj. And he wanted to do so much. And but his ideas also can be revisited with kind of ideology of Ananda Sutram and ideas and ideologies and all the works of this great man. We bow down to him. And also I'm eminently benefited by all your words, all the speakers, And I'm highly thankful to Professor Shivani, who has made this possible in Panjab University, Chandigarh, her great department. And this is an addition that the philosophy and spirituality of Sri Anandamurti and his great sociology, all the sociological thinkers, and why don't we put this into the sociology courses for universities? I shall speak to our new Vice Chancellor who has just joined. He is a professor of civil engineering. I shall, when I have yet to meet him, and I meet him, I can tell him that we have a small sociology department that is created some 5-6 years ago. I can also tell the professors over there that why this Ananda Sutram and the sociological implications, why they can be put in there, and also our Department of Social Work. So in all universities, if these things are brought to the sight and knowledge of our students, the young people can make a difference. So I listen to people like you. I am so greatly benefited by these ideas, and certainly we shall talk to people and can find something really beneficial out of it, and some real change we can bring over in our own areas of doing so, because he believed in action. He was an action-oriented philosopher, and such philosopher perhaps is the last man to speak on these things, the whole system of economics. And this proudest economy, this is the future of Indian economy and world economy, and this will be a borderless society, the whole global society. So if that happens, then perhaps Sri Anandamurti's dreams will come true. With these words, I again thank Dada Divyachetanananda Avadhuti Maharaj and all the great Swamis and all the great people associated with this movement. I should call it a movement, a journey from where we are to the place where we should reach, ideally, that kind of divine materialism, that kind of spiritual sociology. So with these words again, I thank you all. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, you want to just say a few words? Then I will conclude.
No, it's okay, Swamiji. You please carry on. It's okay. Yeah.
So it gives me immense pleasure that our respected ma'am, Dr. Shivani Sharma, he has taken a lot of trouble to organize such a not big seminar, you can say bigger seminar, a two-day national webinar. And you see her situation, still she is suffering from this cold and cough and even suffering from fever. But in spite of that, I am seeing her commitment and devotion to her duties. So personally, I am very much impressed. I'm highly impressed. Why? Because when I have contacted her, she immediately accepted our proposal. Yes, Swamiji will organize today a national seminar. And second point, her staff. He is your student or what? This Piyush?
Yeah, he is a PhD scholar. He is a PhD scholar, and he is also teaching in our department as a guest faculty.
Okay. So he is also just like a lecturer, guest faculty member. So he has done wonderful job to organize a two-day national webinar. So you see the publicity size, how he has made the poster so beautifully, poster and video also before this program, and it was highlighted throughout of India. It was circulated by this ICPR. So many professors. Today I was talking to Professor Gangadhar Panda. So he is telling me, Acharya Divyachetanananda, I became surprised. How? Because I did not meet him. I don't know exact. Somewhere it might be. So I understood that he must be the member of this ICPR. So he definitely has gone through this all poster and everything. So that's why he remembered my name. So this seminar has given a new dimension to highlight Anandamurti's contribution throughout of India, not only throughout of India, throughout the globe. And we need your full support and coordination to popularize his contribution and also include your syllabus and you also see if some students are capable to start research work on his philosophy. You also can see such type of avenue. And our this Mishra ji, actually he is a key person who has given contact to our madam, Dr. Shivani Sharma. And I am also interested to say something about Piyush. Piyush is very lovely boy, and God blessed him because he has so much energetic, and he was always keeping contact with me and discussing Swamiji this thing, that thing. Always we are very much like friend, no? So this way he has arranged this program beautifully, and it is also true through this process. More than 1,000 participants have registered. More than 1,000, and today he has sent me more than 5,000 viewers. 5,800, something like that. Maybe it crossed 6,000 viewers. So, due to madam, this program became grand success, and I'm also giving thanks to our all guest speakers, Professor Asa Mudgil ji, and Professor Vibha Agarwal, Professor Subhendu Shekhar Bagh, and Dr. Naveen Jana, and Dr. Bisjit Bhaumik, Dr. Sunanta Bhaumik, and other professors also. And due to this program, I have got golden opportunity just now. Within a week, we are going to organize a 2-day national webinar. Perhaps that's Singh you are joined for some time. You know, AB Singh, Arvind Singh, he has joined in our webinar. So, Philosophy Department of Jaipur, Rajasthan University, he has agreed and given consent to organize a 2-day national webinar like this. I mean same status, like no. So he agreed, and two vice chancellor of different big university, like no, International Hindi University. You know, everybody knows the Mahatma Gandhi International Hindi University vice chancellor. This Rakesh Shukla, no, yeah. Rakesh Shukla, yes. Rakesh Shukla, yeah. Previously, he was in Sampurna University. And same university, one senior professor, now he has retired from that university, Professor Gangadhar Panda. He is also a renowned person, like our Surendra Mohan Mishra ji. So, presently he is the Vice Chancellor of Mohan University. Today I also talked to him. He agreed to grace the occasion first day, 26th he will be the chief guest, and 27th our Rajni Shukla will be the chief guest. So I think many of the professors and our assistant professor and associate professor will be the speakers in that seminar also. And I hope I ask our beloved Gurudev that you must provide more and more energy and vitality to all our speakers, and particularly our Shivani Sharma. She is now not in good shape. She is suffering from cold and fever. And if I want to say many things, so it will be not good because Shivani ji is coughing like that. So I think I am giving heartfelt thanks to Shivani ji and all your staffs, colleagues, and your university members, your today's chief guest, Dr. Roni Ram, Ranki Ram.
Yeah, Ronki Ram.
And our honorable chief guest yesterday, who has also taken trouble to inaugurate our seminar, Professor Saket Kushwaha, is a very dynamic person. You know that he has expressed his desire that I want to start research work on Ananda Marga and contribution of Shri Anandamurti ji.
Right.
I think that it is enough to say thank you, ma'am. You have taken so much trouble.
Thank you. Thank you, Swamiji, for giving us this opportunity. And it's always a pleasure to enhance your family. So we feel that we have become a part of this new family. So it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be a part of this family. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you, Piyush. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the participants, resource persons, Professor Mishra. Thank you for recommending us, I would say.
Yeah, he is a key person who has actually given such idea. Okay, thank you. Okay,
Thank you. Okay, sir. Okay.
Very soon, because God bless, always God will bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Positive work, because you have taken very much burden. Even you are not in good shape, you are in suffering from fever and cold.
That's okay, sir. That's fine. But it's a pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Namaskar.